Chapter 521. The real opening of the war came quite suddenly. John had expected vast fleets filling the oceans, or at least a sizable number of ships bursting with top cultivation cultivators. Instead, the sovereign primacy went one step further than expected. They sent only a single ship, and none but 3 of the cultivators were relevant. He sensed them coming from afar, too far. Their auras were unmistakable and vast, intertwining into a single greater tapestry. It was as beautiful as it was fearsome. John knew there was no way he would be able to fend them off, but he gave approaching them a decent shot. He couldn't fight them alone, but if the other defenders were around, there would be a chance. Ultimately, though, he only moved fast enough to not arrive exhausted. It would be a pathetic end to meet such powerful foes at anything less than his best. Everyone he'd ever known would be disappointed in his foolishness. Logic didn't make it any more pleasant to know he was unable to do anything, though. In some ways, he wished he'd fled in the opposite direction. He wasn't a coward, but what would he gain from feeling devastation from afar? The 3 cultivators represented all 6 elements. John had been patrolling the northern seas some distance away from Erdcliff, but they rushed directly towards the port city. He could feel when they arrived the waves of spiritual energy that blasted forth. John couldn't feel the direct consequences, but he could imagine the devastation. It was only a small consolation that he could learn something about his foes. The triptych had one cultivator that cultivated the allied cycle of darkness. A second cultivated the core elements. The third cultivated the allied cycle of light. John hated that he felt small insights awakening from feeling their devastation. He wanted to reject them, but of course the elements were not responsible for how they were used. The cultivators were in the wrong, and their techniques were simply their method of destruction. It was only unpleasant because they were foes. Though he would have liked to condemn them for demonic cultivation that sucked the life out of their foes, or some such, their first assault was pure power. John didn't have to see it to know that Erdcliff would be leveled. He didn't want to see it, even though he was nearly close enough to do so. He would just have to fly a bit higher, a bit further. He steeled himself to do so. If he couldn't save the people, at least he could observe them. He refused to abandon his people even in death. John now understood the name the trio had given themselves. The triptych truly were a combined work of art. A horrifyingly destructive one, but sometimes the emotions evoked by art were negative. It was a scene that would stick with John for the rest of his life. It would be a scar on the continent that lasted forever, even if the scene itself was cleaned up. Together, the 3 exalted soul phase cultivators were terrifyingly powerful. It would have been perfectly reasonable for John to respond with timidity and fear. Perhaps if he begged and pleaded, they might spare someone. John released his breath. He was uncertain how long he had been holding it. The air was stale, but he could have subconsciously refreshed it dozens of times. As he looked down upon a leveled city, the traces of ascending soul phase cultivators he knew long since wiped out, John clenched his fist. He wasn't afraid. No, that wasn't quite right. He was afraid, but that wasn't going to stop him from what he intended to do. John resolved to make them experience what he just had. Perhaps they wouldn't care if their cities were wiped out, but killing one of their number? It would break them. The other 2 would soon follow, at least if John had the support he needed. It might take all of the strongest cultivators from 2 continents, but they would do it. Or perhaps Aldera would decide the Empire of Elements didn't need to get involved. In that case, John would fight alongside his people and take out as many as they could at the cost of their lives. In the inconceivable case where all his allies abandoned him, including family and friends, John was still going to kill one of them. It didn't matter if he wasn't strong enough to do so. He simply would. His resolve was set. The invaders couldn't reasonably claim their acts were one of vengeance. Every conflict had been started by them and taken place within the continent's territory. Perhaps they would claim such things, but their own political and social maneuvering hardly mattered to John. Clearly, they weren't interested in diplomatic solutions, and if they were willing to go this far from the beginning, there was only one correct response. John was going to annihilate the triptych. He certainly couldn't do it alone, but even if he died in the process, he thought they could do it. If it would save everyone else, John was willing. But before the Continental Alliance could assemble a reasonable counter, the trio left. It wasn't an immediate hit and run. They remained for several weeks. If John had been willing to challenge them alone, or with just a few ascending soul phase cultivators, he could have done so. He might be resolved to destroy them, but he wasn't suicidal. With the three together, he would be lucky to survive long enough to make a single attack. They were too slow with relocating their cultivators, not having known where the attack would take place. And by the time they would have been ready, their foes were gone. John thought he would have been able to fend them off, but only if they traveled at a reasonable speed. Since they didn't bring much of anyone else, their ship cut through the waters like nothing John had seen before. It was a shame they weren't stupid. Confident, certainly, but not so confident they thought they could take on the entire continent at once. It was a shame, because it would have been easier to win if they were that foolish. If he didn't know there had been a city where Erdcliff was, John wasn't certain he would have recognized the prior state of things. It would have been one thing if the buildings were simply dashed to pieces. If they had only melted into slag, the shapes would have been recognizable. However, the attack on the port had involved 3 exalted soul phase cultivators and all 6 elements. Buildings and people had been melted and charred. Then they were pulverized to dust, swirled around in tornadoes, washed away by the currents. The remains of the city were closer to impure glass in some places, and in others like volcanic residue. No structure stood above anything, not even the enchanted walls. All had crumbled. John sat in the center of the devastation, taking everything in. He had no idea how long he had been there when a hand settled on his shoulder. He looked up to see his longtime friend, his first transmigration buddy. Lacanus, though to John he would always be Steve. "It'll be all right, dude. We'll get them." Words of comfort, simple as they were. His presence was the greater part of the effect. John looked up at him with a half-smile. I know. Strangely enough, he wasn't terribly concerned about that part. Feeling the devastation around him, the remains of power echoed. If nobody did anything about it, the scar of the place would likely become a new elemental node. A cultivation holy site, a danger zone of some sort, probably both. And yet, John wasn't thinking about defeating those who had caused it. To him, it was inevitable. Was he gaining insights? Not anymore. What he could learn from the situation had already been achieved before his mind wandered off. John slowly got to his feet. I might be a terrible person. You know I'll have to disagree, right? I don't make friends with terrible people. Maybe I've become that way, and you didn't notice. Before Steve could protest further. Do you know how many people died here? Steve shook his head. You expect me to know population numbers? I can only detect a few ascending soul phase. Everything else is a blur. I guess everyone is the best I can do. John nodded. Yeah, that's about right. Everyone died. People I swore to protect. I feel awful, but mostly because I don't feel as awful as I should. It's like John made sure that nobody else would be overhearing them. He could confess his inner thoughts to friends, but such weakness shouldn't be displayed to anyone else. It's not as bad as Mateo or Astrid. Not even as bad as Luctus, Aiden, Netanel, or Kuzuma. Over 1 million people died here, and all I'm thinking is, at least it wasn't anyone I loved. Damn, what about Charlotte? Huh? Steve shrugged. I'm just wondering. The rest were basically family. She was still a good friend, John explained. He thought for a few moments. Perhaps it should have taken longer, but some things came quickly. If it was a choice between her and Erdcliff, I'd take her. That's pretty messed up, huh? Nah, Steve shook his head. I don't really know all that much about it. But humans aren't functional at comprehending large-scale tragedy. Besides, it's not that you don't care, right? You just care more about people that are part of you. Steve clasped his shoulder again. You're still going to tear apart the people who did this. Nobody here is going to be disappointed you avenged them a little less vigorously than you could have. I'll need help, John said simply. Hey, just because we can't fly didn't mean we don't travel fast. We'll keep up, I swear. John grinned. Ultimately, though, it wasn't about how fast his friends could arrive. They needed to predict where strikes were going to happen. It wouldn't be acceptable for this to happen again. They needed to at least provide a credible threat anywhere the triptych thought to go. And they could, because the trio weren't invincible. Terrifying? Yes. Powerful? Undoubtedly. They had leveled an entire city and wiped out its defenders with hardly a thought. But they were also elementally unbalanced. Maybe it was just John's own internal bias, but come on. The core element's cultivator hadn't even touched light and darkness. In fact, the guy had extra earth and water totems, not even going for some sort of cross stability. If Aldera was present, the two of them could mess some people up. John was a bit surprised at how confident he was there. Would they really be good enough to win a 2 versus 3? He had to consider that. because even if he still wanted to kill Aldera, he didn't want her to die. John was looking into one of the previously untapped resources that the continent had. If the sovereign primacy was willing to go so far, they had to consider every option available. John had already asked everyone available for support, but there were some that might be able to go further. He hoped that the triptych wouldn't strike again immediately, but he couldn't be certain. That was why he had requested that someone come meet him. Even an individual he had great respect for. She surprisingly agreed. Though, much had changed since their first meeting, so perhaps it wasn't odd. Except that Qiarn would meet him inside darkness element territory. He had offered to go to the boiling springs, but she seemed unfazed. The giant bird of light approached from the sky. John could actually pick out her features now. His light element body tempering method wasn't quite complete, but John could actually see Qiarn's feathers. And yet when he looked away, he could still see other things instead of everything appearing dark. John might yet be able to look directly at the sun without consequences. Did he need to? Of course not. But it might be fun. Thank you for your visit, John bowed. Qiarn waved a wing. Think nothing of it. You don't owe me such respect. In fact, I owe you more than I can repay. Then if I may be so bold, John decided he might as well just cut to the chase. I have a request. At the same time, he was inspecting the spirit beast's cultivation. It wasn't like human cultivation, as a spirit beast like Qiarn was more made out of their element than simply hosting it within a dantian and meridians. Yet there were certain important features that could be picked out. Ascending soul phase cultivation equivalent. Powerful, as Qiarn had long since recovered from the wounds that had made her rest in her tomb. But not quite what they might need. What are your chances of advancing? Is that all? Qiarn asked. In what time frame? Because the range is quite significantly different. Rather than waiting for John to respond, she continued. 0% if you mean in the next few years. Or 100% if you mean at some point in my future should I not perish. Oh. She possessed the greatest confidence about such things that John had seen. Even his most talented allies weren't confident about reaching the exalted soul phase, given as much time as they needed. Maybe some were more confident than not, but it was certainly nothing close to guaranteed. How unfortunate. I was hoping you could peck out some eyes. I'll fight by your side, of course, Qiarn said. But I think I would be little better than Deirdre. Perhaps worse than Nick. The bird ruffled her feathers. Spirit beasts do not live on a human timeline. And though I have access to plentiful spiritual energy, it will still take me time to develop to the necessary point. I was once a dominant force. Now, I am merely strong. She leaned down, seeing that John didn't have to shy away from looking at her. Sire Itzel might support you better, and he would be less vulnerable. I doubt he would do well with my light element, John commented. Even if he's tolerant of it, and our affinity is high. That may be true, Qiarn admitted. But he's still compatible with Airly, is he not? John nodded. The idea was appealing. John didn't want to risk the guardian beast of his birth clan, but he had to at least consider the option seriously. There would be little point in him living a little bit longer if the continent was still conquered or annihilated, though most likely it would be the former. Cultivators always wanted more resources. Chapter 522. It was unfortunate for the Continental Alliance, but the triptych was composed of cowards. There were positives, of course. The fact that they only appeared occasionally meant the total amount of devastation they could achieve was reduced. Unfortunately, they never stayed still long enough for a properly sized force to attempt to counter them. John wasn't trying for too much. Just 2 or 3 ascending soul phase cultivators to counter their exalted soul phase cultivators, plus himself for a third. It wasn't a setup where they were guaranteed to win, and in fact John expected that they would likely lose. But even so, it seemed impossible to pin them down with a decent fighting force. Some might have called what the trio had caution, but cowardice was the right choice. They only fought those weaker than themselves, with no intention to fight against those who might match them. John wouldn't hesitate to fight a similar number of ascending soul phase cultivators, though maybe his own side's members were better. They hit the Viridio wildlands. The port they chose wasn't as significant as Erdcliff had been, but it was still a valuable connection to the Western Islands. The infrastructure was destroyed, but the standing orders were to not engage. Specifically, upon detecting their approach, continental forces were supposed to disperse as rapidly as possible in every direction. It worked quite well, The cowards were too afraid to split up even if they would be against people far weaker than themselves. Of course, they might have been wary of ambushes. There were some plans, but mobilizing people to exactly the right locations was difficult. The second attack was after a month, the third another month and a half. This time, the Shining Coast was the target, another port, but not a fortified sect like the Lunar Island. Following previous habits, they would cause as much damage as possible before leaving after a few days. Not immediately. Unfortunately, they never gave quite enough time to launch a counterattack. It was possible they knew how fast the continent could respond. John hoped it was just a good guess, but if it was spies, there were forces acting to root them out. The events were personally frustrating to John because he felt like he was chasing after the wind. Except he could actually catch the wind, or pretty much anything else. The continent did fare better against the occasional other forces the sovereign primacy sent. When they tried to occupy anywhere long-term, they were swarmed by cultivators. Perhaps the war could be won through attrition, taking out their strongest cultivators until the sovereign primacy had nothing left but their triptych. The possibility of a counterattack was also tempting. If they couldn't catch them, perhaps they could force them to show themselves. The sovereign primacy had so far avoided any consequences to their own lands, but if they wanted to destroy cities, John could do that too. With the aid of Ursel and Lacanus, he could sink islands into the sea or create eruptions that would rupture them apart. Their first counterattack needed to be a success, both to put pressure on the sovereign primacy and to improve the morale of the continent. Plans were being laid, islands scouted, and targets chosen carefully. It frustrated John, but it was just how things were. At least he occasionally spotted their ships and was able to fight directly. Such battles didn't greatly increase his insights, but every time he got a glimpse of the triptych, even from a vast distance away, he felt himself take small steps. If only he could measure how much they were growing. They wouldn't have become stagnant immediately upon reaching the exalted soul phase. He wanted to fight one. Sacrificing himself to kill one was unreasonable until he had a better measure of their power. Waiting was the worst, especially waiting for a response from Aldera about possible aid. Whatever promises she made, they would then have to wait for the actual results. What was the point of being so strong if all he could do was wait? Meditating was difficult away from home. It was doubly so because John didn't have inner peace. Unfortunately, meditation was one of the ways to get it, so he had to make do. Maybe if he was the sort of jerk to shove people out of their own courtyards or shoo people away from their own sect, he could have found better spots. Sometimes, he found somewhere good off in the wilderness. Streams and rivers were always good, but John could manage with a nice tree or a flow of lava. In some ways, extreme elements were calming. Even if they were trying to kill him, John was reminded of training with Kuzuma on random islands in the middle of terrible storms. It wasn't all that different from diving into a geyser and letting it carry him to the surface. It was a terrible idea for anyone who wasn't a powerful cultivator. Pressure, heat, the potential to be turned to jelly against the rocks. It was all there. But it was in its own way beautiful, and seeing it up close made everything better. John didn't know where would be attacked next, so the boiling springs was a decent compromise on the northwestern end of the continent. He should receive word if the triptych were taking a scenic route around the territory. They had people watching in various ways. From the shores, ships on the sea, a few friends under the sea, as well as birds and balloons in the air. Huarn was a pretty good scout when she redirected her light upward. It made her nearly invisible, as long as there weren't any clouds directly overhead. Light had as much capacity for stealth as darkness if used correctly. Just like the first thing John experienced of darkness was the revelatory power imbued into his eyes. The two elements weren't the same, were mutually destructive, and yet not all that different. Then again, John barely found true differences between any element. Elements were real, certainly. He wasn't doubting that. However, when he saw them as facets for how one viewed the supernatural nature of a world, he thought he gained more valuable insights. Not that it would be easy to do before he was a full-cycle cultivator, though the core cycle had certainly been revelatory. News came of the next attack, but not by the triptych. Instead, there had been an assault from the southern seas. It hadn't been long since the sects of the windswept sea attacked, and John had nearly annihilated the three responsible. Even if the continent had been drawn into a war, it was still unreasonable for them to make a move. Yet they did. Except this time, It was under the banner of the sovereign primacy. None of the possibilities for how that came to occur were particularly comforting. Either the sovereign primacy had been able to communicate with them sufficiently by sailing all the way around the continent, or they went even further. The other way, not around the side with the Empire of Elements or through the seas of the Western Islands. Both were technically a possibility, but there was actually another way they could have gone. Another way around the planet. Between John's own continent, the Molten Sea, and the Empire of Elements, they spanned more than halfway around the globe. Easily 2/3 with the expanse of the Western Islands. However, there were a few old maps of the greater shape of the planet, as well as some modern maps they had captured. They were made for war, which is to say the details of the sovereign primacy's territory had been vague and intentionally not to scale. Yet it very clearly stretched far to the north, while also sprawling out to either side. Much of it was scattered islands leading to more dense archipelagos, sprawling far and wide to the northwest of both continents. But some curved further and around. They could have continued even further and come upon the windswept sea from the far side. Currently, there was little proof, though once they captured some cultivators from the windswept sea, they should be able to learn something. Some of what they needed to know would be known to everyone, if the speculations were true. Regardless of how, though, the attack was a problem. John was glad they hadn't completely pulled their forces from the southern border. In fact, the Sky Islands had been carefully watching the area and managed to give warning before the vessels arrived. Ultimately, they were able to fend off the attack, but it meant they had to spread their forces even thinner. It wasn't sustainable long term. If things stretched nearly as long as the war in the Molten Sea, the Continental Alliance might tear itself apart. They needed the aid of the Empire of Elements, and if they didn't get what they needed, it would likely be John's fault. Though there had been some moments of connection with Aldera, John had actually still kept some distance. He was the one who chose to minimize the promises they made to each other. Then again, it was impossible to say what would have actually happened until there was a response. The Empire of Elements could have given all the assurances in the world, but it wouldn't matter if they didn't act. The worst part about waiting was that if they wanted to anticipate the arrival of the triptych, then John needed to be at a point where he could reach the most targets possible. The same was true for his closest allies, but their distance was less. That meant he wasn't with them. Carrying even one person with him as he flew would significantly slow him down or tire him out. Only someone as close as Mateo or Astrid, with whom he could have combined his own energy, would be an exception. John wasn't entirely alone, though. He had two friendly spirit beasts around. First, there was Qiarn, when she wasn't out scouting, anyway. She sat with him on one of the blustering peaks, those closest to the shores. It wasn't necessarily the most optimal location, but he didn't want to remain in a single, clear position for too long. He roamed around the coasts, occasionally moving against incoming ships when he felt the urge. If he always fought them, they could be prepared or even avoid him. Likewise, they could serve as a distraction. If his actions were semi-random, it would be more difficult for them. The other visitor was Sigh. Unlike Qiarn, the darkness spirit beast didn't plan to fight against the sovereign primacy. At least not their exalted soul phase cultivators. Instead, he would serve as a messenger, swiftly striding across the continent. What a shame, Sigh said. You could have been a perfect partner for me. Then you had to go and ruin it with all that sparkly light. John grinned. So I did. Of course, he had ruined their perfect compatibility at his second totem. Earth wasn't that bad, but his third totem being air was a clear step away from perfect compatibility with Sigh. Even so, they had actually been excellent partners up until John actually began cultivating light, though their compatibility also fell due to long-term separation. Now, Sigh could probably still ride along and empower John, but he wouldn't be a huge factor, especially for an exalted soul phase cultivator. I wonder, Qiarn commented, if you didn't have such pesky darkness inside of you, would we have been compatible? John shrugged. I would have never joined your sect to begin with, and I couldn't have retrieved his claw. The two spirit beasts were more than content with their current light. Sigh had once been set against Qiarn by the Society of Midnight, and though the two bickered whenever they were near each other, John thought they were actually the closest friends they could be for two individuals that were literally toxic for each other. Likewise, his bond with them was as strong as it could be for the circumstances. He had given up his position in the Tenebach clan, and he was never part of the Golden Tomb Guardians to begin with. Are you going after that one? Huarn tilted her head. John took out an actual die to decide, because more randomness was a good way to keep his foes on their toes. This time, he didn't even cheat. Yeah, I'll bring that one down. The ship didn't even have any ascending soul phase cultivators, so nobody really needed him to do it. But it was good for the continental citizens to see him active, and for the sovereign primacy to have ships that would never return. Chapter 5:23. The ship wasn't anything exceptional, so John split it in half and watched it sink. There was no value to doing so instead of capturing it, except it was easier and made him feel better. But after that he had to drag all the people that surrendered to shore, so it was a mixed bag. He could be back in his perch within an hour, but he noticed that there was a message flashing its way across the shining coast. At the current moment, most messages transmitted through the network were emergencies, so John set out to see what it was. It turned out it would have found its way to him soon enough regardless, as the message actually was for him. The short and simple summary was that Elder Roy had shown up on the border, traveling through the Molten Sea, specifically. It was finally a response from the Empire of Elements, and John hoped it was a positive one. At the very least, sending Elder Roy himself meant it wasn't a casual reply. Even if John's first experience with the man had ended on sour notes, it wasn't the fault of the man himself, and Aldera trusted him. John could have sent a return message redirecting Elder Roy to wherever he needed, but it was about time to show his face in the Heartlands again. Just for a bit. His personal travel speed was such that it wasn't a terribly long trip. What could have once taken weeks could be just a few days if he was willing to go without making any stops, except perhaps to rest. No social visits or cultivation excursions. As he flew over the blustering peaks, John stopped by the two spirit beasts to let them know what was going on. Finally got a reply from the Empire, he said. QR nodded. You are returning to complete negotiations, then? Something like that. You coming? I shall maintain my presence in this region for a bit longer. Though this one might need a ride. She gestured with her wing. Humph. Cyritzel turned his head haughtily. I need no such ride. I may not be able to fly, but a bit of wind won't stop me from climbing what mountains I please. John grinned. I didn't think it would. Do you want me to take you along, though? I'm faster. Cyritzel pondered for a few moments. Yes, I should get back to the clan as expediently as possible. My presence would be well suited on the southern border, in the gloom. The new name might not stick, but since the land was no longer desolate, people were trying things out. It was still rather gloomy with all the darkness element. After all, good. I'll take you as far as a strain. You can get back to the clan from there and arrange the rest with them. I'm certain. Indeed. With that, Cyritzel stepped forward and into John. Normally, such a fusion was straining for John. However, not only was he the stronger party now, but Cyritzel wasn't actually trying to infuse him with spiritual energy. He was basically just a passenger, while also happening to be a constant flow of energy. But it was minimal without further active intent. John hadn't seen Qarn do quite the same sort of thing, but he knew she sometimes imbued feathers with power and gave them to people. If Qarn did combine with someone, it was more likely she would attach externally, perhaps as wings or a corona of light. That was simply a difference between the elements. Both lacked true physicality, however, so the possibilities were there. Unlike Carl, the youthful Leviathan most certainly had a physical body, and not one that was liquid like his element. John flew, appreciating the flow of spiritual energy from Cyritzel, such as it was. He could go a little bit faster without exhausting himself, though of course he had to convert the spiritual energy. It wouldn't do to arrive at a meeting with Elder Roy looking haggard, though John actually suspected he would arrive first. The message had taken less than a day to reach him, still not instantaneous, but not too bad. Light was generally the best for long-distance transmission, and there were enough cultivators able to man similar stations in every region now. It was valuable to the war effort. Wind blew on John's face. Some would call it biting, but to him it was pleasant. He was effectively alone with his thoughts, as Cyritzel recognized his mood. Mostly, John found he was glad to be doing something. At least they were making progress towards something. If the Empire of Elements wasn't going to join with them, they'd have to go forward with some of the more risky plans. Exalted Soul Phase cultivators were no joke. Extreme gusts couldn't blow John off course, and clouds couldn't hinder his senses. He continued his flight to the southeast, wishing he could move more casually and take in the elements. Every region, every place had valuable insights. Even the lowliest field had something John could learn, and he thought it was worth his time to seek out as many as possible, at least in other circumstances. At the moment, every second was precious, yet many were also wasted, as he couldn't always act as he pleased. Lunson was long used to John flying in. He actually stood out slightly less once he reached the exalted soul phase, as his balanced elements blended more into the background. This time, however, he didn't even try to conceal his approach. He felt attention draw to him, as if he was particularly interesting. John didn't think he should be, as everyone had seen him before. Then again, maybe those with talent could pick up some elemental manipulation simply from watching him fly. John would be happy if they did, as it would make the continent stronger, and they needed that at the moment. John dropped off Xianxia in his personal gardens. The spirit beast didn't necessarily need to head out directly, but instead could choose his own timing. If nothing else, a nice break would do him some good. Elder Roy certainly didn't dally on his way to Lunson. He actually wasn't too far behind John's own arrival, just a few hours. He was a peak ascending soul phase cultivator, but the difference in speed and stamina was far more than it would seem for such a technically small difference in rank. John had experienced it himself, and while part of it was completing a full cycle, the exalted soul phase alone was a huge factor. "Welcome, Elder Roy," John said, his voice carrying to the man as he passed the threshold of the city. "Would you like some refreshments?" The kitchens were aware of his approach, and they were constantly doing something anyway. Not all cultivators were active during the day. Currently, it was the early hours of the morning. John didn't sleep much, and he would have noticed the man's arrival regardless. The Empire of Elements was attacked. Elder Roy responded, his spiritual energy transmitting the words only to John. John was aghast. By who? If the Empire of Elements had been drawn into another war, it was unlikely that Aldera could help. John was also worried at who would be so crazy. The sovereign primacy. Elder Roy was halfway to the sect grounds. Who else? John was relieved. He wasn't sure if that was an appropriate response, but it was actually the best option. I hadn't thought they would be so bold. Is that why you did not approach by the northern coasts? Nor the southern sea, Elder Roy replied. They came from the southeast. John's face fell. It was one thing for the windswept sea to have fallen under the sovereign primacy's influence, but there was a vast area between them and the shores of the Empire of Elements. Have they conquered all the rest of the planet? Conquered, allied, cajoled, something to that effect. John waved the sect's formations open for Elder Roy, and the man landed in John's personal courtyards a few moments later. Do we need any others present? Not really. It's a short message. The Empire of Elements offers their support to stand against the sovereign primacy, but we must also ask for your expertise in return. Of course, John said. All he really wanted was Aldera, but he wasn't going to be picky. Mixing and matching cultivators from different groups could be quite valuable. Did the Molten Sea give you trouble? The sovereign primacy attacked them as well, Elder Roy explained. They're insane. Even if the Molten Sea was weaker than either of the continents, they weren't insignificant. Was the triptych just trying to wrap up all of their remaining foes? They do have 3 exalted soul phase cultivators, do they not? John nodded. I witnessed them personally. Then they may be at an advantage. Could be. John had an unwavering confidence that if he was fighting alongside Mateo, they could beat them. That confidence remained once he remembered she was Aldera now. He wondered if she felt the same, or if his confidence was unjustified. Let's talk about how we coordinate for our mutual defense, John said. For that, I think we'll need Viriato and my best elders. Those elders also happened to be John's first round of apprentices. Either way, they were ascending soul phase cultivators now, and each had a powerful cultivation path. Core cycles were common, but some focused on single elements and still thrived. Things were so much worse than they had been. The sovereign primacy apparently had enough manpower to assault the continents from almost every angle, while at the same time also having supreme might on the top end. It was to the point that John had to seriously consider bending the knee, even though they hadn't even asked for it. His own life wasn't the important one, but instead those who he cared for. They would recover given time, as long as they survived. The problem was that the sovereign primacy couldn't be trusted. In the history John was aware of, they hadn't engaged in any real form of diplomacy with the continents. Even if they gave their assurances that people would survive, the fact that they'd begun with annihilating a city didn't say much for their likelihood of negotiation. Perhaps if they'd immediately followed up with demands for surrender, but they just fought. As if sending hundreds of cultivators to their death day in and day out wasn't a big deal for them. And perhaps it wasn't. After all, why should exalted soul phase cultivators care about the lives of those beneath them? Or something like that. John cared, and Aldera seemed to be a decent leader. It was trivially easy to see cultivators acting in that manner, though John needed to meet Aldera. Unfortunately, the sovereign primacy had already managed to strike when he was away once. Aldera couldn't very well assume the same wouldn't be true if she left the Empire of Elements. If they could just have a single phone call. Well, even if she agreed with John that they should try to kick the asses of the triptych, they'd still have to track them down. Most likely, they would want to avoid the two exalted soul phase cultivators. It would be the right choice. Then again, maybe they would be eager to attack. 3 versus 2 seemed like a winning gamble. John needed to explain their elemental imbalance to Aldera, and then they needed to find a way to force that conflict. Because otherwise, it seemed as if their continents would be overwhelmed, and those that lived around them. John suspected it wouldn't be long before word came from the Western Islands that they, too, were under attack. The sovereign primacy really could decide to assault everything that remained of their foes, which seemed to be the whole world. Chapter 524. Defending the seas of the Shimmering Islands from foreign invaders felt like a nearly pointless task. Anyone who didn't know how to handle the seas wouldn't find themselves welcomed by the storms. At best, they would tough it out by absorbing the lightning and dampening the waves with their own spiritual energy. They would arrive at their destination beaten and battered. Dealing with such people didn't feel like an important task, but rather like something you assigned to a little kid to get them out of the way. Or at least, it felt that way to Nitsa. Her father had taken over leadership of the clan while far younger than Nitsa currently was. Both of her parents were off guarding the coasts, though which ones varied from month to month. Yet here she was, sidelined to a place that never saw any action. At least she had Carl. She lay back on the massive Leviathan, resting her head on one of the random protrusions. "You think I could manage, right?" Of course, Carl didn't respond. But he didn't need to be comforting. His spiritual energy was so calm, and the way it merged with the sparkling light from the surface above was quite nice. Nitsa was stronger than the previous clan head. She knew that, but she was also aware that in the current climate, anything below the ascending soul phase was a liability. She didn't think she really counted, though. Yes, she was technically just in the late consolidated soul phase, but if you factored in her bond with Carl, the power she had access to was far greater. A while back, she had gotten her hands on the manuals of the Titanic Serpent clan. She could tell how they dominated their region. The techniques were effective, if nothing else. Of course, Nitsa's connection to the Leviathan wasn't one of coercion or bondage, but friendship. Nitsa had known Carl her whole life, just like the sea. Using a Leviathan's energy was in her blood. Her grandmother had done so without any sort of long-term bond, but she still managed it. Nitsa had her own practices and a few insights from the Titanic Serpent clan stuff, so she was able to make better use of such energy. Not that Carl was yet comparable to his parent, but Nitsa could access far more of his energy with his permission. "I'm just saying, your energy should be counted as part of my strength. Mom and Dad count each other. Airly gets to count Cyritzel, sometimes. We could totally take down ascending soul phase cultivators. And yet we're here where nothing happens." Nitsa was supposed to be on one of the ships, but nobody could realistically say a daughter of the sea such as her should spend more time outside the water. But they absolutely could stop her from slipping off. Carl would obviously go along with her, but that was the problem. Hiding a creature practically the size of the whole fleet from people who already knew its location was beyond difficult. Nitsa might have tried it once. But while Carl was perfect at becoming part of the sea, that only really worked when people weren't already watching. His presence disappearing from people's senses was sufficient cause for alarm that people would instantly be on alert. As if Carl would hurt anyone from the Shimmering Islands. He barely even ate any fish. Relative to his size, anyway. Nitsa sighed, bubbles rising above her as air left her lungs. It wasn't a problem for her, as she could convert water into breathable air. She didn't even have to think about it. She did filter out the salt as she breathed in the ocean, though. It was so irritating on the lungs if she left it, taking 10 times as much effort to resolve if she left it for later. Carl, you would tell me if there was an easy way to reach the ascending soul phase, right? The Leviathan unleashed a melodious noise, much like a whale cry. Not that Carl was really like a whale. He was more like a manta ray, probably. He also didn't breathe air. Anyway, he sometimes responded to her words with noises of his own. People said it was coincidence, but Nitsa knew better. Yeah, I get it, she said. I just have to keep diligently practicing and wait for enlightenment. But I can't go seek out someone to fight. Janet wouldn't let me. As much as Nitsa was nominally in a leadership position in their little fleet, her bodyguard had matching influence over their actions. And of course, if there was a worthy foe, Janet would fight them first. Carl let out another sound, though this time it was different. A warning. Nitsa straightened up. What is it? She asked. Carl began to move. Nitsa had to project her voice up above the waves. Carl has detected something. Prepare to change course. For her own part, Nitsa attuned herself to Carl as much as possible, trying to feel what he felt. She couldn't read his mind. Humans couldn't even do that to each other, and the Leviathan was far different. But she could get a picture of where his energy was flowing, and even share in some of the feedback as she twined her own energy with the Leviathan's. Interpreting what she felt was her own responsibility. A large disturbance in the seas. Not a storm, though it felt much like one. It was a bit too focused to be a natural storm. Directed. She could feel the fluctuations of a powerful cultivator. No, 3. She shuddered for a moment. Nitsa wanted a challenge, not death. But this wasn't the triptych. She had felt her father's energy at the exalted soul phase, as well as Aldera during the tournament. These didn't have the signature of the exalted soul phase. They were merely in the ascending soul phase, if powerful. Nitsa shared what she could with the fleet above. Most of the rest likely wouldn't feel anything for a few hours, but she could help guide them towards their target. Carl would reach them eventually on his own, of course. He just wasn't very good at heading off an enemy's trajectory without guidance. Not that it really mattered if he maintained a path directly towards them, because he was simply fast enough. But for the sake of the rest of the fleet, a more efficient route was better. Nitsa had battled against the windswept sea before, if only a few of their sections. As she approached closer, she felt the signature styles of several sects she recognized. The ascending soul phase cultivators weren't part of them, however. How could they be, when they had only recently come from the war? She had personally witnessed the deaths of their most powerful cultivators. Of course, not every single cultivator had been present for the war, but most of the strongest had been, and of course the source of their stability in their grounds had been annihilated. With the minimal peaceful contact they'd had with the windswept sea, Nitsa didn't recognize whether the trio might be from the windswept sea itself, or if they were originally from the sovereign primacy and merely leading the group. Ultimately, it didn't matter. They had to deal with them before they could make their way to an island. It was unfortunate that this group was both powerful and not ignorant of the ways of stormy seas. Indeed, they seemed to be gathering the chaos of the ocean intentionally. Nitsa could already feel the churning of the seas. Janet, Nitsa spoke with confidence. You'll have to handle 2 of them for as long as you can. I believe the rest of our forces can deal with their subordinates. And of course, Carl will be facing off against their 3rd ascending soul phase cultivator. Janet was obviously suspicious of Nitsa, but she really meant what she said. She intended to leave the fighting to her much stronger companion. Being with Carl was the safest place for her to be, though. It was possible that they wouldn't try to target her, but she would be slightly insulted if they didn't. Nitsa knew she was important, even if it wasn't entirely on her own merits just yet. Her capture could be used as a bargaining chip, while killing her could provoke people to madness. She obviously wasn't going to let either happen, though. Nitsa was the sea, because the Leviathan beneath her was the sea. They were as one as they approached their foes. Don't hold back, she informed her companion. Carl was usually quite good at recognizing enemies, but he still remained gentle with humans unless given permission. Nitsa couldn't say how the Leviathan would act without her around, but Carl trusted her in various ways. Enemy recognition, target prioritization, and the like. Storms raged as they approached the intruders into their seas. The Shimmering Islands were fully united with the rest of the continent against the sovereign primacy. It didn't matter which clans the fleet planned to assault. Now that they had been spotted, they would be dealt with. Carl let Janet and those on the surface fully engage before picking out a target. Nitsa helped with this small-scale control, which allowed Carl to create a waterspout that sucked in only a single ship, carrying it away as the Leviathan swam beneath the fleet. The ascending soul phase cultivator came with the rest of the ship, because even if he could directly resist Carl, wasting energy to stop something that wasn't a direct attack wasn't something a human would prefer. Perhaps if they tried to carry the man much further, he would split away from his ship, but he was content leaving the two ascending soul phase cultivators for Yonit and the rest of the Shimmering Islands cultivators to handle. The man doubtless thought he could defeat Carl. After all, even if Carl had significant power, humans possessed a versatility and focus that the Leviathan wouldn't. Carl was strong, but that was all. Or at least, that was what Nitsa imagined he was thinking. But Carl was stronger than he thought, and even if he wasn't more clever, she could make up for that. Her own energy signature was small compared to the Leviathan. She kept it that way on purpose. Her contributions didn't need to be running people through with a spear. Down, Nitsa said. Whether or not Carl actually understood the word, her true intentions were clear as her energy mingled with his. With the single flip of a wide fin, Carl had more than a few of those, not all of which fit with a typical anatomy. A whirlpool was formed. The ship responded by pulling away, unifying their strength against the Leviathan. Nitsa hadn't ever expected it to work to begin with, but instead it was a test for their leader. As the whirlpool exposed bits of the Leviathan, the ascending soul phase cultivator up above threw bolts of lightning into the sea. He even reached to the skies, prompting the clouds above to do the same. A powerful storm cultivator. Nitsa felt the lightning approach and strike the seas. It didn't disperse until it struck its target. Lightning tore through the diffuse spiritual energy protecting Carl, striking various knobs and spikes. The Leviathan wasn't immune to lightning, but it would be a waste of energy to make an active defense against that little. The electricity dispersed throughout the vast bulk of the Leviathan, leaving barely visible scorch marks where it first connected. Against other targets, a storm cultivator might have maintained control of the lightning even after it pierced the skin, but the Leviathan had made its home in the Shimmering Islands. An attack such as that simply wouldn't be sufficient. Carl launched many attacks with his vast bulk, suffusing waves with spiritual energy and battering the cultivators above from several different directions. Raw power was the preferred method, and if they didn't defend properly, their ship would be torn apart. That very ship was made to shield them, helping them to engage in mutual defense, so they couldn't just abandon it. Nitsa was looking for an opening. If the man let down his guard for a moment, she could do something. The spear in her hand might work, or she could direct Carl's energy into something more fine-tuned. He could easily batter things to a pulp, and impaling foes upon his spines was always a valid option. Doing so carelessly, however, would be a risk even if he had great power of both body and spiritual energy. She spied just the right opening. She hefted her spear as the cultivator above focused all of his effort on lightning. Just for a moment. He could maneuver his defenses to react to the ponderous attacks of Carl, but he wouldn't be expecting a powerful jet of water carrying Nitsa's spear. None of the other cultivators could get in her way, and Nitsa had positioned herself just right upon Carl's back that she had an angle to avoid the ship's hull. Her spear flew forward, only to nearly hit Carl's fin as he twisted in the water. Nitsa was more than surprised as she herself was turned over, the Leviathan performing more than just a little twist, but instead a full roll. She dropped her spiritual energy around her spear so that she didn't accidentally harm her companion, but the attack would have revealed her presence. Her best chance had passed, and she couldn't even follow up because she was now beneath Carl. Why? Then she felt it. Somehow, she hadn't noticed, but Carl did. A second ascending soul phase cultivator, one of the two that Yonit and the others should have been occupying, had come up from behind on a massive wave. He would have swept up Nitsa without her noticing. Instead, Carl had protected her, though he left himself open. Spears charged with spiritual energy pierced up to their length into Carl's hide as he hastily protected Nitsa, leaving no time to properly concentrate his defensive energy. What had happened in the other battle? Was Yonit okay? Nitsa spread out her spiritual energy, cursing herself for her carelessness. Chapter 5:25. From her position on the safe side of the Leviathan, Nitsa assessed the current situation. She had most certainly required the sudden flip to keep her safe as a second ascending soul phase cultivator had snuck up from behind. Though actually, Nitsa simply missed him. She had focused far too much on her single opponent, trusting in Yanit to hold off the other two. Her trust wasn't misplaced. Yanit had managed to wound the man as he disengaged. She should have sensed that moment, but she had been careless. Of all the strong cultivators Nitsa knew, none of the others would have missed that. If they were so careless, they would have fallen in battle long before. No, even she had sufficient combat experience to avoid such a stupid mistake. Even if she didn't fight above her own level frequently, it was always appropriate to keep a sense of your surroundings. But things had come to this point, so she simply had to manage. "Sorry, Carl," she said. "That was my fault." The Leviathan wasn't terribly hurt, but he shouldn't have even gotten a scratch if he wasn't defending her. So what to do? Was she now the one delaying while Yanit and the rest defeated the others of the Sovereign Primacy? That seemed like a good call, except for one minor detail. Carl couldn't dodge. At best, he could reposition to a different angle where attacks would be deflected instead of direct hits. But there was no way to move something of his bulk out of the way of any attack that could damage him. The Leviathan was powerful, certainly, but he wasn't two ascending soul phase cultivators powerful. Not if they had any sense to them. If they decided to forego technique, it might be a different picture, but in that case Nitsa would have to say they were trying to lose. Assuming they weren't terrible, she would have to make up the difference somehow. First, Carl had to flip back over while she still remained defended. Avoiding one cultivator's attacks was achievable with a bit of borrowed power, but two? No chance. So first she would maneuver the Leviathan back to the other orientation, and actually, this was fine. Carl's belly wasn't particularly vulnerable, nor did the Leviathan entirely have a top and bottom. It was just that she was used to a particular orientation. Flipping might still be valuable, but she would need to combine it with something else worthwhile. The Leviathan was thrashing around, creating waves on the surface above. The ship of the first cultivator was still mostly intact, but if they could deal with that, they would have less cover. Of course, Nitsa was under no illusions that they would fare poorly in the water. Clearly, they were ready for the Shimmering Islands. "Okay, Carl, we're taking out that ship first, unless one of those two is stupid enough to get in the way." It was strange to see the ship below her, but battles underwater didn't always maintain the same orientation. The same was true in the skies. A cultivator who couldn't manage a small shift in perspective wouldn't last long. Nitsa urged Carl to dive deeper. At the same time, he could lash out at the vessel with any number of things. There were several long tails, fins at different angles, and spikes going every which way. The anatomy didn't have to make much sense as half of the work was done by spiritual energy. Some people might have called Carl monstrous, but Nitsa didn't associate with those people because they would be dead. On his own, Carl would have swept a trailing tail at the ship and swiped it away. With Nitsa's guidance, he actually used the tip of the tail, accelerating it through the water by minimizing friction. Both ascending soul phase cultivators were launching attacks at Carl, summoning the storm above to try to pelt him with lightning while also throwing spears into the sea. Neither was foolish enough to get in the way of the attack, and the ship was far too slow to avoid it. The hull cracked, even with its enchantments and the combined energies of the cultivators aboard. They scattered into the sea. Immediately, some of them were swimming after Nitsa, planning to reach around the Leviathan. Unfortunately for them, they had a long way to go, and they had to avoid any incidental attacks that might get to them first. Carl couldn't swim too deeply, or the ascending soul phase cultivators might just go after the others. But given his size, a significant amount of his bulk could be dozens of meters beneath the surface, while he could still attack the cultivators standing atop the stormy waves. It wasn't just lashing tails, but also creating massive swells of water. Nitsa found great joy in pushing various cultivators into the path of bolts of lightning. Even if most of them didn't actually get hit, it meant that the ascending soul phase cultivator had to avoid them, weakening the attacks. After a while, Nitsa didn't find the situation much different from training she'd done. The main difference was that in addition to lightning from the sky, one of the ascending soul phase cultivators was trying to impale Carl with spears to act as lightning rods. It was a pretty obvious pair tactic. Carl might have been fooled by it all on his own, leaving the various spears impaled assuming they could cause no further damage, but Nitsa would make sure to destroy them. The first cultivator reached Nitsa, another consolidated soul phase cultivator, though not at the peak. It still would have been difficult to defeat the cultivator in an instant if Nitsa were using only her own energy. Instead, she redirected a small portion of Carl's energy to freeze the water around the woman as she tried to sneak up behind Nitsa with a short blade. Then Nitsa kicked the icy sphere towards another approaching cultivator. Drawing upon Carl's energy didn't prevent him from using his own. The limitation wasn't the total quantity he had, but how much he could actively control himself. At the moment, Nitsa could manage something greater than her own consolidated soul phase power, but not as much as a proper ascending soul phase cultivator. Some were relatively weaker, so she might surpass them, but none were actually weak. That was the problem with the current opponents. They would eventually find an opening to cause serious damage to Carl, or they might sneak around and take her out. Nitsa wasn't going to make that easy for them, but they were already spreading out to flank Carl to some extent, attacking from far angles. A single swipe from Carl knocked away about half of the weaker cultivators. Most of them would be undamaged, but breathing room was helpful. Attacks continued to rain down from above, leaving small wounds as Carl couldn't defend his entire colossal body at once. Nitsa guided a few attacks to counter their foes. If he was swiping, the energy concentrated on that limb served as both attack and defense. She just had to get the timing right, and of course communicate things properly to Carl. She was glad he moved along with any prompting she did without question. Ugh, this isn't going to work, Nitsa complained. The distance they had gained to use as cover also worked in reverse to some extent. Even if water resistance wasn't a big deal for the aquatic Leviathan, the further he had to attack from the longer the enemies had to dodge. Fractions of a second would vastly change the outcome. We need another form of attack. Carl helpfully highlighted some of his spines. Nitsa didn't immediately understand why. They had the same problems as the rest of him, until she paid closer attention to their construction. They seemed able to detach? Why didn't Carl ever use them? Do you need me to aim them? She didn't get a proper response, but she felt that was right. Carl really wasn't made for attacking anything smaller than an entire ship. Humans were minuscule in comparison and fast, quite difficult to focus on. Yet somehow, the Leviathan wasn't even a fraction of the size of his predecessor. The original sea god had been closer to the size of a large city, with blood vessels the size of wide hallways. Even if the spines were made to be projectiles, they were limited in number and looked painful to shoot. Nitsa would need to get the timing precisely right. She also had to pick one of the greater opponents, the storm user or the spear tosser. The latter was already injured. If she could finish him off, but he was cautious and kept further. Battle didn't always line up with a cultivator's desires. Nitsa made certain to keep swatting aside weaker cultivators. Carl would eventually run out of spiritual energy, but in a battle of pure endurance he would likely win, even combining his power against an entire ship and two ascending soul phase opponents. Along the way he would sustain many injuries, though. Nitsa was able to focus on lesser threats, mobilizing energy quickly. Only a small portion of hers was actually involved, leading the Leviathan. Waterspouts shot people like cannonballs towards her foes. Even if they dodged, that was fine. The tiny chance that she would hit them was sufficient, as she would heavily injure at least the weaker cultivator. Nitsa rarely had to watch so many directions. Normally, she had more allies by her side, or fewer enemies. Her thoughts were flipping back and forth, but eventually she settled into a rhythm that was working. Attack here, then there. Defend Carl's rear. Wash away a few people who got below him. The waters opened up in a great whirlpool once more, massive lightning building in a cloud above. Carl had been turned into a pincushion of spears, though he was occasionally breaking them off with all his movement. Lightning fell in great sheets, drawn towards tempting targets. Specifically, it was seeking out the Leviathan himself, and it would easily flow through the spears, bypassing his defensive energy. Nitsa wasn't fully confident with her counter, but she had been waiting for such a moment. She thought it should work. A spike shot upward part of Carl. Surrounded with water element spiritual energy, it was an extremely tempting target for lightning. It drew in the vast majority of the attack, absorbing into the spine as it tried to scatter the spiritual energy. If it had been connected to a body, it would have flowed into it and destroyed a large area. But without that, Nitsa was able to circulate the lightning through the water element, even if only for a moment. The spine just missed the storm cultivator. Nitsa had wanted to impale him through his torso, but she only managed to send him flying from the shockwaves of power. The lightning in the water that brushed him was nominally under his control, but some of it still lashed out. The projectile spine exploded in the sky, creating a tree of lightning with branches above and roots below. How disappointing. If she could have taken out one, their victory would have been secure. Now, they might expect something similar. Nitsa made sure to immediately remove the remaining spears from Karl. It only took a small flex of muscles around the area to pulverize the metal spears. They'd been tempting targets, but in the future they would simply be a liability. Nitsa already regretted the bits of lightning that had gone through. It must have hurt. Sorry, I tried to do something better. Karl, of course, continued not to say anything. Even so, he projected trust. Nitsa focused on deflecting incoming spears. Even if they weren't all that much on their own, small wounds on Karl would add up. Rather than directly blocking them, something that her foe was ready for, she just deflected them with some water element, making them impact at worse angles. Usually, that meant Karl's natural hide would be sufficient. The storm cultivator was mad. Nitsa didn't know how to take advantage of that, but she noted it nonetheless. Having nearly died to his own attack, he was unlikely to launch a single big strike. But he might be that stupid. No, he was extending his energy towards Yanit's battle. Nitsa couldn't allow either of these two to return there, not without consequences. Yet it was difficult to keep them anchored from down below. She didn't have any actual anchors to work with. The one from the ship had already sunk well below where she was swimming, and the ascending soul phase cultivators could easily annihilate the chains. The spear tosser continued to probe with his own attacks, but he was clearly also considering pulling away. Could they swim faster than Karl? Probably not, but they were waiting for him to be facing the wrong way. So Nitsa gave them the chance. She had Karl rush towards them, lashing out with some of his tails. It would have been nice if they hit one. A direct impact would probably take one of them out, at least for a few moments. But they didn't, and that was okay. Then they were past them. They're back to the rest of the battle. Taking advantage of the waves, the two cultivators let themselves be pushed back towards the other battle. Meanwhile, the underwater duo were nose down as the tails had reached the surface. They dove deeper. The two cultivators began to pull away. Those who were the sea built up speed, turning. The cultivators above were ready, waiting for the moment they were attacked. Whether it be tail or fins, they would dodge as necessary. It was impossible to target them both and have a wide area of attack, or so they thought. The duo leapt upward with the sea, not shooting into the air, but instead carrying the sea with them in an arc. They weren't aiming for either of the two, but instead above them. Karl's broad bulk shadowed the two cultivators as he came down from above. Then he dropped like a rock. No, far faster than that. He was pushed down by the very water that Nitsa had carried up with them, actively forcing them downward. Karl only had to focus his defensive energy vaguely on the areas that would impact the two cultivators. It wasn't concentrated enough to significantly damage either, but the collision sent them deep beneath the waves, and Karl went with them, diving at over 100 meters per second. He was broad, which meant they couldn't easily escape even if they moved slowly towards the sides or the front. They tried, of course, but now that they were actually touching Karl, he could create a shell of water around them that was difficult to escape. A direct conflict of power, equally matched. Except that Nitsa was there. She was still on the opposite side of them, as she had flipped over with Karl, but she didn't need to throw her spears to hurt them. She simply picked the injured cultivator and compressed the water. He couldn't even move his arms. They dove deeper, and the water pressure continued to increase. The man's partner tried to throw lightning everywhere, especially into Karl. However, with the Leviathan's spiritual energy already concentrated in the area, there wasn't much to be done. Not fast enough. Nitsa increased the pressure at certain points, destabilizing the spear wielder's defensive energy. He had to focus on specific spots. She rapidly changed her focus, ripples of energy spinning around. The man quickly locked into her pattern. Then Nitsa just stopped. Spikes of ice formed, pushed by the greater pressure around them. It only took one to pierce the man's spiritual energy. Then she let the natural consequences of the pressure take over. Leviathans were originally deep-sea creatures, and not the sort of deep sea that humans usually saw, not even sea cultivators. Truly deep seas, where the pressure was 100 times that near the surface or more. It was like having a massive boulder pressing down on every tiny part of the body. Each bone in the hands and feet, eyes, eardrums. Water forced its way into the mouth and nose. Nitsa was already attacking the lightning cultivator as the first was being crushed. It didn't take more than a few moments before Carl was able to put his full focus on the second man, with the other being utterly crushed as his spiritual energy collapsed. They should have done this from the start. Not that they could have, until their opponents were in precisely the right state of mind and making the right moves. The pressure on Nitsa was just the same as the others, but nobody was actively poking holes in her spiritual energy. Besides, she was used to it. She'd been down to see the gorge that was once Carl's parent, and more than once. She knew how to deal with the pressure, especially when nobody was making it more difficult. Storm cultivators were bad for water cultivators. They cultivated air. They could control lightning to pierce through most defenses, but they never really went beyond the surface level of the sea. And these two didn't get to survive the trip to learn from it. Great job, Carl. You did it. Nitsa helped with strategy and extra control, of course, but most of the power had been his. Chapter 526. This time, Nitsa had been fully asleep under the sea. Even if she had somehow failed to properly breath, Carl would have taken care of her. I think I get it now. Sometimes, you just needed to take a break. Optimally, after fighting powerful cultivators and pushing yourself to your limits. Nitsa hadn't burned most of her spiritual energy against the sovereign primacy, but it wasn't about that. Her attention had been maximized to deal with two of them and an entire shipful of other cultivators. Controlling Carl's energy wasn't as easy as she made it look, either. They were highly compatible, but it was still strenuous. Her path through the consolidated soul phase had taken long enough that Nitsa had picked her next totem out years ago. She had debated with many different people about the subtleties of different water totems, what she wanted and what she needed. She'd spent much time diving into the sea of spiritual totems, enduring the pressure. Due to the guidance of her grandfather and her parents and everyone she trusted about cultivation, she had made sure that her earlier totems had grown properly. Nitsa knew she was having a moment of enlightenment, but she retained sufficient caution to assess her entire well-being once more. Was the totem she chose just right? Spiritual energy level topped off? Was this a sufficient enlightenment to advance? She couldn't find any flaws by the time she finished. That didn't mean there weren't any, of course, but she was at least certain there wasn't anything massive she had missed. I need to go to the surface, Carl. Don't let anyone disturb me. The Leviathan was quite helpful as he did so, bringing her above the waves as he bobbed up and down. They had ended up close to an island, at least as close as Carl could get these days. He wasn't particularly fond of the shallows. Yonit and the rest of the fleet would be taking a well-deserved rest, binding their wounds, and sending off their dead. Flawless victories against the sovereign primacy were unreasonable, but they had come out ahead by a large margin. Though it could have easily swung the other way if Carl hadn't protected Nitsa from her own weakness. Up and down she bobbed with the waves. The welcome splashes and cries of seabirds faded from her ears as she focused herself inward. She wasn't quite sure how long she was drifting off, but it was long enough for her clothes to dry in the sun. She brushed the salt out of her clothing. Nitsa couldn't say it was easy. She'd been working at advancing to the ascending soul phase for what felt like forever. She would have already pushed herself to reach it if not for repeated cautions. Perhaps she could have advanced sooner, but this was the right time. Most of the work had already been done, and the last step had felt natural. It's too bad that there are still exalted soul phase cultivators sailing around being a menace, huh? Carl didn't say anything. Obviously, Nitsa sighed in relief. I finally made it. The ascending soul phase. Maybe I'm finally a little bit strong. Great job, Nitsa. She replied automatically. Thanks. Then she looked around. There wasn't anyone around, and she didn't recognize the voice. It sounded like crashing waves. Had she made it up? Carl, can you talk? Carl did not reply. You have to tell me if you can talk. Have you been able to speak this whole time? When did you learn? The Leviathan refused to admit he could speak, if it really was the case. Nitsa almost thought she had made it up, but her memory wasn't that faulty. It had to have been you, she said. Do you not like talking? Is it difficult? The only other spirit beasts I know are like centuries old, so maybe it takes a long time to learn. The Leviathan was silent, except for the splashing of the waves over his body. If you ever want to practice speaking, I'll help you out, okay? Nitsa felt a general sense of contentment from Carl, which didn't really mean much. Carl was always content, just slightly more or less, so depending on the last time he'd had a snack or a nap. Nitsa sighed. Nobody would even believe her. None of the other Leviathans had ever said anything. Sure, Carl was the best of them, but some creatures simply didn't speak. The report that the sovereign primacy had made it all the way to an interior section of the Shimmering Islands concerned John. Their outer patrols simply couldn't cover everything. It could have been a disaster. Instead, it turned into something wonderful. Airlie was going to be so mad that Nitsa beat her to the ascending soul phase. In John's mind, it was an inevitability for both of them. That might not actually be true, though. His close companions had been quite lucky, even if they had great talent. The fact that there hadn't been any massive cultivation disasters was an anomaly. Well, except for John himself. Maybe he balanced out the statistics by having his cultivation nearly annihilated, possibly twice. He didn't quite count Fortkran, though. For one thing, he hadn't kept the first totem. Yet when John had nearly killed himself to reach the ascending soul phase, his totems had been one part that remained. Maybe because they were strong enough. It wasn't something anyone could experiment with. John certainly wasn't willing to try. Not on himself, nor on others. Few enough people survived such disasters that interviewing them wasn't frequently possible. The three ascending soul phase cultivators. What worried John wasn't them, specifically. It simply could have been three others. The triptych. Nitsa and Yonit wouldn't have survived. Surely a few islands would have fallen before anyone could mobilize a proper defense. He clenched his fist. This was what they wanted, this tension and fear. He couldn't stand it, but he had an opportunity to go on the offensive. A long campaign was a fool's errand, as the triptych would be able to wreak havoc wherever they pleased if John and Aldera were in a predictable location for extended periods, but they could make similar strikes. The only question was how many others they were bringing to support them and to engage in cleanup operations. They needed a win against the sovereign primacy in their territory, but annihilating whole islands in response might not be correct. Even if they set aside the potential innocents, non-cultivators if nobody else, they didn't want to provoke the sovereign primacy too much. They wanted to force the leaders to come for them, not enrage them to the point they rampaged endlessly through the lands of either leader. John didn't know if he could feel excited to meet Aldera again, but he was certainly positively anticipating some sort of vengeance. It was impossible for him to say if it was too much anticipation or not. The two met on the northern end of the Molten Sea. That was the direction the original core of the sovereign primacy came from, their core sects and heartlands. Possibly better defended, of course, but that might be for the best. The more resistance they ran into, the more they could crush it. John didn't want to flatten people that couldn't fight back, though he'd gotten a bit too strong for that. It wasn't arrogance, he was just positive he could defeat anyone beneath the exalted soul phase. That was alone, and with Aldera around, they hadn't actually fought together, but he was certain they would do well. Their strategy wasn't quite the same as the sovereign primacy. Specifically, the triptych went in and out with just the three of them. That allowed them to move with remarkable speed, but it probably fatigued them. John and Aldera couldn't come to a conclusion of exactly how much, but they were quite happy to let some slightly weaker cultivators provide most of their mobility on the ship. Meanwhile, they planned their attacks. The two of them were looking at a map of a small archipelago. They were the first targets, but the exact strategy was flexible. I think, Aldera pointed to one of them. We should sink this island. What? John asked. She looked up at him. Nothing about her physically looked like Mateo. Her eyes and skin weren't the same color, and yet he could see it. To make a point, we have power too. John shook his head. Nah, there's no point. They could do that. He did tap the map nearby, though. This one is a little bit smaller. I bet we could steal it. Aldera's silence was deafening. I'm serious. It's not much bigger than the first peak. Granted, we don't have the materials ready, but I know how to replicate those crystals. John pulled out a small chunk he kept in his pocket. It's probably not as good, but we only need it to float just above the water. Then we push it around with some wind. Maybe increase its buoyancy with some heat. But why? Aldera asked. Because they can't do it. They're short on air and fire. Light and darkness too, technically. We might be able to create some sort of repulsive force. Light and darkness are attracted to each other. We'll just have to reverse the polarity. That wasn't something that light and darkness did, but it sounded cool. John held out his hands parallel to each other. Could he actually do that? Was it useful? Different questions, certainly. The latter required the former to be yes to mean anything, though. Bleh. I feel sick, John said after just a few moments. I don't think I can invert the functionality of both at once. Airily might be able to. Hold out your hand. John prompted. Aldera did so. I assume I am light. You'd think that, John said, because of how we started. But if we anchor ourselves down like that, we might be failures as exalted soul phase cultivators. Also, if we're making them opposite, John shrugged. Maybe we should, actually. But I'd like to try light. She held her hand above his. Matching the quantities of spiritual energy the other used was fairly simple, as both were tempering the flow of their energy very carefully. For one thing, they didn't want to use much. The most likely result of this current mess was an explosion. John struggled to keep his light from pulling away from his palm. That meant he was doing it wrong, because that was the normal result. He couldn't help but glance at Aldera. Even if he made progress, it really needed to sync with her. Well, it was just a silly experiment anyway. 10 minutes later, John was nursing a bruise on the back of his hand. The two cultivators were looking at an arm-shaped break in the floor. Aldera had been lucky as the sudden force had pushed her arm upwards into nothing. I think we could make a cannon, but it would probably only work once. He was lucky he hadn't actually broken any bones. There were hairline fractures, which were pretty troublesome for non-cultivators, but actually healed quite quickly for cultivators. John was literally fusing the bones back into whole pieces at a rapid pace. No need to wait for the normal process. Bones were basically just earth, calcium, and all that, plus some life. But some life was earth element too. I did come up with a better idea, John said. Aldera rolled her eyes. Let's hear it. We should just actually polarize earth and water, either electrically or magnetically. Then we can just slide the island across the water ahead of us. Why are we stealing an island again? Sinking one seemed rude. Though maybe we should do one of each. I think we need to pick some that people can swim away from, though. I'd rather not slaughter everyone. Cultivators that wanted to fight them? Absolutely. Anyone who was willing to stay out of their way. It would be better to avoid that. I suppose we also can't get the resources if we annihilate an island. Exactly, John said. It was truly wasteful. Sinking one. Well, it would look pretty neat. And it would be a large project for the locals to try to recover everything while likely not infuriating them in quite the same way as just melting an island would. John thought that maybe he had too much power literally in his hands. Unfortunately, he didn't know anyone more responsible to hand it over to even if he could, and there were threats they had to face. Maybe they should rearrange a few small islands into a written letter of challenge to really drive home the point. And then when they fought the triptych, John hoped he was right that they could win 2 against 3. Alternatively, that they managed to bring backup. But there was nothing to do except try. Chapter 5:27. The target region for the counter-assault had already been chosen long in advance, but the direct targets were still in flux until they actually finalized their approach. Scouts and interrogators had done what they could to gain information about the territory of the sovereign primacy, but it wasn't fully accurate. Along the course of their approach, local cultivators tried to stop them. The ones that fled in the opposite direction were wiser for having done so, because everywhere that sent assailants was met with significant counterforce. The intention was to leave a lasting impact on specific islands, but to do so they had to reach their destination. It was easier once they destroyed everything that made such a task easier for the sovereign primacy, their ships and the ports that housed them. Obviously, any cultivators of sufficient power could run atop the waves or swim after them, but it was usually both slower and more taxing than cultivators propelling a proper ship together. Docks crumbled. John wondered if they could destroy the entire port. He decided that they could, and it wouldn't even be that difficult. Together, he and Aldera could probably match what had been done to Erdcliff by the triptych. Like a nuclear bomb in the form of people. They didn't, though. It was both entirely unnecessary and inefficient. There hadn't been many opportunities for John to unleash the full power of the exalted soul phase, but fighting in enemy territory meant he didn't have to worry much about collateral damage. John suspected that the trio of sovereign primacy cultivators needed to rest after such a grand effort, though not to the point where he would have been able to defeat them alone. The need to rest, as well as the desire to taunt his reckless approach, could have been parallel purposes. He was only speculating, of course, but he thought they would have likely not been able to travel away at the same speeds they displayed on the approach. Not without exhausting themselves. There wasn't much way to actually test it without John and Aldera pointlessly exhausting themselves, and then just guessing at the spiritual energy quantities and recovery rates of 3 people they'd never seen up close. With each port they destroyed, the last thing they did was topple the docks, as well as setting aflame any remaining ships, as well as a few random places throughout the port city. They could lob fire at a great distance, and it would keep any would-be pursuers occupied. It would also force them to choose what infrastructure they wished to try to save. Then they moved on. Sometimes they clashed with 2 or 3 islands per day, each of which could have multiple small fleets. The sovereign primacy also frequently tried to gather their forces, but the 2 exalted soul phase cultivators were able to pick that out from a great distance. Sometimes they targeted the location people were gathering, other times they targeted the people coming in. Either way, they could both sense spiritual energy and just see at a great distance. While flying high into the sky was likely to reveal them as well, it was actually valuable to do so. After all, there was morale to consider. Sometimes they won a battle before they even arrived. Do not curse the heavens for your fate. Aldera spread her voice over one of the islands. Instead, curse those who lead you for their failure to protect you. They don't have the guts to stand and fight. It didn't matter whether the triptych's hit-and-run tactics were effective or not. Most likely, the people here only had vague reports of what was actually happening on the continents. Doubtless, they had been told of great victories, some of which would be true. But they wouldn't remember those when they were picking through the ashes of their ports and their sects. The people of the continents were likewise subject to negative morale. That was why they had to launch this attack and make it hurt. Otherwise, their own people would fall apart. It didn't matter if there was actual fighting, any sort of internal discord would weaken them. People hesitant to send support to a neighboring region would destroy the Continental Alliance faster than 3 exalted soul phase cultivators could. The actual targets that John and Astrid decided on were 2 islands. Or rather, 1 island and 1 small island chain. The first was the source of a unique elemental combination, fire and darkness. Presumably, this was where that one man John had killed had come from. Blightfire Island. It was a truly hellish place. The Phoenix Forest was constantly on fire, but it wasn't wreathed in permanent smoke. Furthermore, the earth and fire combination meant that, somehow, there were constantly living plants. Not so with Blightfire Island. Rather, it was closer to a burning tar pit. It smelled just like John imagined one would, though he couldn't recall actually being around burning tar. There was also a hint of burnt rubber, though that might have just been John's bias related to things he thought smelled bad. John was quite astounded that anyone lived on the island, but cultivators weren't known for being sensible. It was probably an excellent place to study the elements, if one could endure it. Relatedly, there wasn't a single individual that wasn't a cultivator. How would they even survive? All of the food had to be imported from off the island, which meant frequent trips to their neighbors. There are a few basic options for how we go about this, John said. The easiest one, just cut a line to that Hell's Cape and watch the magic happen as the ocean flows in. Aldera nodded. Now that I see it, I'm inclined towards another plan. We want to make the biggest impact possible, so the whole thing should go under. John made a face, just thinking about the environmental impact. Actually, he couldn't be certain. It might actually be better for the region, and that included the poor ocean that was going to be contaminated with a bunch of horrible sludge all at once. Then again, it was constantly raining horrible flecks of darkness down upon the surrounding area. Only a few extreme sorts of sea creatures lived around the island. Sinking the whole place and dousing the fires might actually be good for the health of the sea. Eventually, John would have liked to do a full environmental impact assessment. Sadly, he doubted that they would let him stay on the island for a couple months. And it would have to be him, because there weren't many other people qualified for such a thing, or that cared. Aldera was probably qualified, but John wasn't sure that she cared. He didn't want to ask. Mateo would have, of course, been concerned about the health of the ocean, but it might have only been within the Shimmering Islands or vaguely neutral territory. This was so far from the continent's oceans that it couldn't really impact any of them. There was a pretty big fleet building up on the nearest side. John sighed. Yeah, we should sink it. This whole mission was about impact. He had agreed with Aldera that it was fine to sink an island in general. This specific one had been chosen as they got within sensory range, and he was just hesitating now. What is our method? Aldera asked. Fire and darkness can be overcome by water and light. Then she shook her head. But we're not trying to defeat the elements. Water is necessary, of course. Indeed, John said. We weaken the foundations of the island. Liquefy the bedrock. I think the biggest question is whether we try to get the island to collapse inward or outward. It was close to a giant pipe, so the actual part they had to manipulate was just the outside ring. We could also try to seal it off to increase the pressure and let it detonate. Too efficient, Aldera rejected the idea. We need to demonstrate power. The two of us should fly over the fleet, then split to points about a quarter of the island apart, and cross our energy at the middle. Water and earth should be fine. The fire will try to annihilate the earth, which might actually be to our benefit for melting the surrounding barrier. John nodded. Agreed. And the enemies? We'll work fast enough that they can't reach us. John supposed they could do that. All right. Ready? Of course. The two of them immediately swapped from passively observing to rushing the island. By the time anyone had much of a reaction, they were directly over the fleet. Dozens of attacks were launched, but couldn't reach them. Then they were angling down towards the far side of the island. A few consolidated soul phase cultivators gave chase. They were the stupid ones. The smart ones stuck with the rest of the defenders, even if it meant arriving late. Because the one that chased after John found himself blindly wandering into the burning hell pits. He didn't even realize he was on fire until it was too late. If they weren't planning this whole island collapse to be a big event, John and Aldera could have absolutely used the abundant local darkness element to stealthily approach. The impact of the island randomly collapsing would be good, but not as much as them openly and defiantly acting in front of the Sovereign Primacy's people. After shaking off the pursuing cultivator, John landed at his intended location. Not every cultivator on Blightflame Island was gathered together with the fleets, but most of them had been. Those around John kept their distance, or at least the smart ones did. Local residents wouldn't be as easy to disorient, but they still knew the risks. The horrible black smoke that made the island unique was still dangerous, even if they knew how to deal with it. And the fire burned at a terrible heat. Hot smoke and ash filled John's lungs. He could have completely prevented that, but it was to allow him to connect with the surroundings on a deeper level. Besides, what was the point of all the advanced body tempering he had done if he didn't make use of it? John determined that Blightflame Island wasn't just burning something like a heavy tar. Or rather, it was absolutely doing so, but spiritual energy was the primary component that was aflame. Otherwise, the fire would have burned through all the fuel some time ago, at the rate it was burning. Tearing open the side of the island and letting things spill out was still the easiest. However, the most dramatic would be. Yeah, John had an idea. He projected his voice around the island towards Aldera. She agreed, and they rapidly chose how to divide the labor. John would be concealing precisely what they were doing until the last moment. It would give them something to do with the abundant darkness element. Most of the visual information was already cut off from the defenders trying to rush towards them. But he could go further than that. Because it was his second totem, John was also responsible for a larger portion of the earth manipulation they would be doing. Aldera was of course capable in that regard, but she was far better at the manipulation of water and liquid. She had an important task to focus on. Their elements moved smoothly together as they infused the island with their spiritual energy. A few cultivators seemed to pick up that something was wrong, but they didn't know quite how to react. Nobody thought to reinforce the island. They just thought to protect themselves and their city. John weakened the earth, but there was nowhere for it to fall. The seas on one side and the tar-like substance in the middle balanced the pressure. At most, various individual tubes crumbled slightly, allowing some mixing in the middle of the island, until all of the tar compressed, just for a moment. The seas pushed inward at the same time, while John made certain that the bedrock of the island was sheared apart. The ground trembled as the outer ring of the island was suddenly shoved inward by both natural pressure and the efforts of two exalted soul phase cultivators. Seawater rushed over the burning flame, a large part of it instantly vaporizing in the immense heat. John and Astrid protected themselves, but they didn't have to consider anywhere else. Gouts of steam blasted some cultivators, but ultimately the island didn't explode. It just crumbled into nothing, sinking into the sea. The water hardened the top of the various tubes of molten tar, though the pressure caused it to burst through in various places. Meanwhile, John's work underground had collapsed various caverns, providing room for most of the island. It didn't end up entirely underwater, but there were mostly a few jagged promontories mixed in among the horrid sludge that remained, the remnants of fire and darkness elements continuing to burn even under the water. The momentum of the waves dragged many of the ships into the churning maelstrom. The lucky people were found themselves pushed away. As predicted, the survivors began to flee towards surrounding islands, a difficult but achievable swim for cultivators. Or the ships could slow down to let them catch up, but few captains were so kind. At most, they were looking for individuals they had a close connection to, and any other who got aboard was fortunate. John looked at the remains of Blightfire Island. It had been awful anyway, but now it might be worse. He doubted it would maintain its unique balance of elements with the seas overtaking it. He hoped he hadn't poisoned the sea, but if he had, it simply meant that the sovereign primacy was going to be busy cleaning it up. They hadn't been restrained with their attacks, so he had little pity. Next, they were going to try to snatch some islands. Some nice ones, obviously. Even if it was unique, John didn't really want anything like Blightfire Island, and Aldera didn't either. Chapter 528. Turdo was far enough away from the attack on Blightfire Island that he hadn't been able to see it, but any cultivator with any sense of spiritual energy sure as hell could feel it. A couple dozen kilometers wasn't much against the scale of such an event. It didn't take long before the effects on the local ocean were obvious to him, even with the actual attack happening beyond the horizon. He had, of course, witnessed the duel between the two Exalted Soul Phase cultivators over the capital, but it was extremely clear how much they had been holding back in some ways. The capacity of powerful cultivators for widespread destruction was immense. Witnessing it directly instead of just the aftermath was something new for Turdo. Verusha prodded him. "When do you think we can do that?" He shook his head. "I don't think putting a time frame on something like that makes sense. Even if we're near the peak of the ascending soul phase, my father has several decades of experience on us." So not that long then. If we assume he didn't run into exactly the perfect circumstances to advance. Sure. But look at that, he gestured broadly. Obviously, they still couldn't see anything with their eyes except the presumably normal amount of smoke coming from the island. But rather than two exalted soul phase cultivators, it felt more like a single, far more powerful cultivator. 6 elements blended together seamlessly as they wreaked destruction. Turdo and Verusha could do that to some extent, but at all times the water element was notably more his, while the fire element was notably more hers. His mother's death had been one of the worst things that happened to the family, but whether or not Aldera was fully Mateo, her reincarnation was certainly one of the best things that could have happened for the continents. Turdo remembered his parents fighting alongside each other. It was at about the same level as himself and Verusha. Powerful, but not uniquely so. After Blightfire Island sunk, John could feel the spiritual energy of the region going wild. Water mixed with the fire and darkness. Though whether the innate spiritual energy won out or the inflowing ocean did was still yet to be seen. John and Aldera didn't stay long, though. Instead, they rejoined their fleet and moved on towards their next target. It came to mind that at any point before they actually attempted to enact their plan, they could choose something more sensible. Sinking one island and assaulting one chain would at least match what the sovereign primacy had been doing with their exalted soul phase cultivators. So they could choose a conservative approach, but that wasn't likely to achieve quite the results they wanted. Tactically striking several of their islands and removing them from being potential resupply points had some value, but cultivators didn't really need it as much. They could hunt beasts from the sea for food and freshen water. If they were practiced enough in the right elements, they could repair low to moderate damage to the hull without needing spare materials. In short, a few islands here or there becoming unusable wouldn't cause a catastrophic issue for their military force, but an inconvenience might be sufficient. John hoped that they would expend a significant amount of effort trying to reclaim Blightfire Island. Settling for a reasonable amount of damage wasn't going to be enough. They needed to have an impact, a psychological one. Even at the level of an exalted soul phase cultivator, thinking to destroy an entire planet-spanning empire by hand was a bit much. John didn't want to be dealing with the war until he was old. Not that he thought the war could possibly stretch on for a century and the planet and survive. Not without long periods of stalemate. A stalemate or white peace wouldn't be a great result, but it would be acceptable. Of course, That came with the gamble that either the Empire of Elements or the Continental Alliance would produce more exalted soul phase cultivators before the sovereign primacy. That was unfortunately not guaranteed, especially considering the current balance. The fleet approached the Rainbow Reef, a series of islands that possessed the elements of the core cycle. If they weren't so small, they would have been an excellent seat of power for the sovereign primacy. The spiritual energy in the area was powerful and useful for a significant majority of cultivators. Clearly, the sovereign primacy recognized the value, as they had focused many of their local defenses in the area. Before any special plans could be enacted, they had to defeat the local defenders, unless they wanted to try to hit them with their own islands. John was already thinking that idea was stupid before it even finished forming. If they were going to do that, it would be along the way, as they dragged them out of sovereign primacy territory. The elements of the islands were arranged into quadrants, with the cycle flowing in a circle from water to fire, earth, and then finally air. If it had followed traditional elemental arrangements, the spiritual energy would have flown cross-patterned instead of in a circle. However, in that case, the elemental regions would have ended up less distinct and more homogenized. Perhaps it would have looked like a strain, where people hadn't thought there was much in the way of spiritual energy at all despite the total quantity being technically higher than average. The attackers spread out towards optimal regions for them, though the sovereign primacy still had the advantage as defenders. Unlike Blightfire Island, it wasn't just the ascending soul phase cultivators, so they were actually able to respond. The attacking forces mainly focused on the elements that were dominant over each section. That would be advantageous against the natural sects, if not necessarily the additional defenders. It was already anticipated that they would be supported by those who could overcome their own weaknesses. Fire was weak to water, so they wanted to be supported by air. Ultimately, that meant the spread of cultivators was mostly even, with concentrations of the prominent element by the defenders and of the dominating element from the attackers. For the incoming fleets to split up and fight the defenders was inefficient. Focusing on one island at a time would have been better. However, that was ignoring the influence of exalted soul phase cultivators on the battle. John and Aldera began on opposite corners. John was focused on the fire element quadrant, while Aldera ended up in the air element section. The continents didn't have an endless supply of ascending soul phase cultivators, but they brought as many as they could spare. Turdo and Verusha were among those attacking alongside John, while Aldera had a man at the peak of the ascending soul phase as well. There were a few more scattered about, though their main task was to draw things out while the two powerhouses provided opportunities. The fire element section gave only a token effort to defend their docks. They attempted to set some sails on fire, but didn't overstay their welcome when they saw how easily the water cultivators could prevent any real damage. They rapidly withdrew to a main citadel with the best defenses. Rather than building higher walls, the largest sect in the fire element section supplemented their defenses with walls of fire. As the first attackers approached, flames rose up that frankly dared the attackers to try to force their way through. Even water cultivators couldn't be careless with the intensity of the flames. A basic tactical maneuver would be to stand at a safe distance and let the flames run themselves out, though that might take a very long time, given how the cycle of elements fed into each other. Indeed, as the attackers stood in an arc around the walls, only a small portion of them moved forward, with the rest simply forcing the defenders to watch a wider area. Turdo and Verusha led the charge through the flames. They carried a significant portion of the ocean along with them. It wasn't a short distance, but it was still more efficient than using pure spiritual energy to quench flames. Turdo hadn't anticipated this specific form of defense, but having a physical representation of his element was always good. The flames licked at the sphere of water that he held firm around himself, as well as the advancing front line. They threatened to evaporate the water, but as Verusha empowered Turdo with her own fire element, the water actually tended towards developing a layer of frost instead. Fire element didn't have to just be heat, after all. Verusha also deflected some of the heat, since forcing a direct confrontation was unnecessary. Once they got near the walls, that deflected heat could actually harm the attackers. The sovereign primacy didn't just sit there slack-jawed. They launched attacks infused with various elements. either special techniques that worked at range or siege engines of various sorts that only had to hold on to their spiritual energy for a few moments as they rained down on the enemies. No matter what they did, the gap continued to close. Then they clashed. Turdo and Varusha found themselves facing off against some of the air element defenders against their will. Turdo was well trained against storms, but that didn't mean he liked resisting lightning. Fire cultivators were far easier to defeat. He regretted that Ursel hadn't been available, but she had been sinking ships off the western coast of the Viridio wildlands last he heard. Something about walking along the sea floor before swimming up to rip apart the hull with her bare hands. Turdo had no idea if that report was accurate, but he wouldn't be surprised if it was. It at least sounded like something she would do. Or she could simply be driving spikes of stone through the ships. Varusha wasn't weak against air cultivators, so she was quite happy to launch attacks behind the safety of Turdo's barrier of water. They were up against a trio of mid-phase ascending soul phase cultivators, but she wasn't impressed. Sure, they whipped up a whirlwind that caught her flames, but Varusha wasn't concerned about that. It wasn't like the flames were gone. They were just stored for later, like the moment any of them got even slightly careless. She burned off the eyebrows of one woman who thought she could hit Turdo with lightning. The woman had been half right, because she got all the way through the shell of water to Turdo's shield. The shield melted off of Turdo's arm, as it was designed to do. One final defense against lightning was a hunk of metal that was even more attractive to lightning than the most conductive water or spiritual energy. He could resolidify it in a moment, spreading out the spiritual energy use over a slightly longer period rather than trying to directly stop the attack. The material actually had a relatively low melting point, which absorbed more energy up front. The air cultivator who had her eyebrows signed off thought she could blast away the rest of Varusha's fire. Unfortunately for her, as she created pressure in one direction, negative pressure formed behind her, just enough to allow Varusha to tear away more captured flames from the others and assail her from behind. It wouldn't have been enough to kill the woman if she hadn't been suddenly distracted by one of the others turning to stone. Even Varusha thought that was excessive, because the other woman had already been run through by John's sword before his bite of the Gorgon really started to take effect. It was good for morale, though. Specifically, the attackers. They obviously hadn't been ignoring the exalted soul phase cultivator, but they thought he'd been slightly more tied down. Then he broke through and instantly took out one of their strongest cultivators, while another was consumed by flames at the same moment. Ignoring the presence of Aldera not so far away was impossible. Many cultivators turned to flee, as if there was somewhere they could escape. Deeper into the sect behind more layers of barriers just meant their inevitable loss would be a bit slower, as anyone who couldn't reach them died first. Some of the water cultivators could flee for the sea, but they'd have to get past the attackers first. The third air element, ascending soul phase cultivator, tried to fly away. John shut her down in an instant, using the grounding techniques from the Sky Islands. She crashed among a patch of darkness and earth cultivators and was quickly overwhelmed. On the other side, gouts of lava were spewing into the air and devastating hordes of defenders, and that hadn't even gotten to the impact Aldera was having. Chapter 529. The Cracked Earth sect was a proud member of the Empire of Elements. Amalric was honored to be chosen for a mission where he was able to fight alongside the Empress herself. Even if he was only a supporting element, he would provide his very best, and so would those he led. The Sovereign Primacy had chosen this war. Now was time for the first strike against them. Amalric was very aware that even when allied with another exalted soul phase cultivator, they were outmatched. But such things were only relevant on paper. He would choose to believe in the Empress and the man who refused a title of his own. Winds pressed against their ships even before they reached the port, but Amalric was not concerned. He and his sect were merely passengers, having no talent with wind nor water to accelerate a sailing vessel. They hopped overboard, allowing themselves to sink to the bottom of the sea. Their target was a series of manned formations just beyond the piers. They marched forward, the sea floor turning solid for them and carrying them along. Cultivators above attempted to launch attacks, but the fire cultivators couldn't do much to reach them beneath the waters. They weren't useless, of course, but they weren't decisive enough. They should have immediately committed to boiling the sea or dove down to meet them. Lightning bolts were easily redirected into the bottom of the sands. The earth element the cultivators carried easily resisted the attacks, while providing a momentary reprieve for the ships. Then they reached the shores, more or less. They didn't bother to climb up onto the docks and out onto shore. They were precisely where they needed to be. Amalric slammed his fist into a stone retaining wall holding up the artificial edge of the island. He had no intention to break it. He just needed to reach as far as possible. His earth element carried fire element deep into the ground, where it continued to grow. Those around him added their own strength. The attackers up above were too slow to respond to the actual threat. They'd already built up sufficient pressure. The shore exploded upward, spraying lava in all directions. It was hardly worthy of being called a volcanic eruption, but on the scale of human cultivators, it was decent. It blasted away the cultivators, except those who failed to focus on defense or who stubbornly held their position. Those who remained nearby were only charred corpses. The fire cultivators could have handled the assault with their own expertise, except that the power had been built up to beyond what they could handle. The maximum spiritual energy any cultivator could display in any given moment was their limiting factor. The cracked earth sect overcame that by building up their power in a location inaccessible to most. Earth cultivators found it difficult to suppress the fire. Indeed, they often contributed flammable spiritual energy and pressure accidentally. Obviously, air cultivators could do little. Water cultivators could respond by building up defenses beneath them or seeping their energy into the ground, but they had to be familiar with the style first. Pure fire cultivators didn't have the expertise to reach that deep. They weren't flawless, of course. Amalric knew that more than any. He had been defeated by the Empress using pretty much every combination of elements, in many different matches. That was before she was an exalted soul phase cultivator, so they should have been essentially equivalent. Amalric noted that some of the docks were damaged. Not so bad that they lost functionality, though, so it was fine. The power they had built up wasn't quite directed right, but that was why they were careful about where they placed themselves. They continued to march forward, holding the front lines against the air element island of the four they were assaulting. Walls would fall before them easily, and the most threatening cultivators were already being targeted by Empress Aldera. Amalric squinted, even though the beams of light weren't aimed at him. Just imagining them brought back memories of losing his eyesight for several weeks. After the defenses of the fire and air islands fell, people began to scramble. Some were able to flee, but only if they were running out to sea. Those who attempted to retreat towards their neighboring areas were chased down so that they couldn't join forces. It wasn't long before the earth and water-focused islands fell. The attackers did suffer casualties, even with exalted soul phase cultivators present, but it was a decisive victory. Those who retreated would then be able to observe what happened from afar. An unprecedented move that was beyond most of their understanding. John and Aldera sunk their energy into the swirling cycle of the four core elements, taking advantage of the local spiritual energy to begin their task. They reached down to the bedrock, but instead of simply causing it to crumble to weaken the structure of a thin shell, they had to do far more. The islands trembled, sending waves out beyond them as they rose up and down. Then a large plate of earth broke off, a vast area containing the roots of all the islands. It would be less mass to simply sever each island individually, but John and Aldera had determined the extra mass was worth it for the stability. Even doing his best to replicate the floating of the Sky Islands, the cycle was barely floating in the water. It scraped against the sea floor as they pushed it along with water and nudged it along with earth. Try some air beneath the island, John called out. Like a cushion. Some heat might help as well. Aldera didn't respond verbally, but he felt her energy shift. The task required the two of them working together, and even drawing upon all of the spiritual energy around them, it was probably the most effort they'd put into anything. They did occasionally get the whole slab up to a decent speed, as fast as a sailing ship, without the benefit of spiritual energy, unfortunately. That meant they couldn't outspeed their enemies. They also had to rest frequently. The two of them discussed dumping the islands into the deepest undersea gulch they could find, just so the sovereign primacy couldn't have it. But even if they had only committed to themselves that they would steal the islands, they weren't willing to give up. They were assaulted frequently, but most of the groups weren't willing to actively engage them in battle. Instead, they launched attacks from as far as they could and hoped that the exalted soul phase cultivators were too busy to chase them down. They usually were, but those they had brought with them weren't too shabby either. They simply wouldn't go far from the rest of the fleet. They were still in enemy territory, and even if the sovereign primacy hadn't concentrated their main forces in the area, the attacking fleet wasn't strong enough to take on everyone without its exalted soul phase cultivators. John thought his idea was pretty stupid, and yet it was getting slightly better. He hadn't just been pouring spiritual energy into holding things. After all, he had been actually changing the island itself to suit their purposes. They now had a layer of air injected beneath the island in sections they had carved out. There was no way for such a thing to occur naturally or remain stable without their active input, but it helped support perhaps a tenth of the island's weight. Maybe less. The project would have actually fallen apart without two more factors. First, that the spiritual energy remained with the islands. They still had a core cycle that was constantly feeding into itself, up to a limit. Otherwise, it would have exploded long before. The second thing was further modifications made to the island that were more extreme. John treated it like advanced body tempering. He was slowly transforming the base into the anti-gravity crystal that held aloft the sky islands. It was 2 steps forward, 1 step back, as his old work didn't always last, but the journey was actually easing slightly. They were getting better and stronger. John couldn't quite tell if he had advanced a rank of cultivation. It was much more vague than the earlier phases. However, he was certain that both he and Aldera were growing. And when they grew tired, they found a shallow area to settle their prize. Then, they would recover together. If he didn't kind of hate Aldera, John thought they would have recovered unimaginably rapidly. As it was, well, he had a fairly big imagination. He was likely going to crash for an extended period after this was over. Maybe they wouldn't even make it all the way, but the strain on his abilities was a good one. And even if part of him was constantly nagging him not to, he felt comfortable in Aldera's presence. Sometimes, humans were contradictory. But rather than trying to overcome that, John knew that as a cultivator you sometimes had to accept it. Light and darkness could survive together. Where are we going to put it? That was the question John had to ask when they were, theoretically, halfway back. Aldera made a face. You didn't even think about that before we got this far? John smirked. Well, I didn't hear you make any suggestions. At the moment, they were moving towards neither of the continents. Instead, they were aimed right in between. If they kept going, they would hit the molten sea. Which was fine. How about just this side of the molten sea? John suggested. It can be shared territory, a sign of future cooperation. Aldera considered that for a few moments. And of course, it would also be a defiant gesture against the sovereign primacy, daring them to attempt to claim it back. Exactly. I think that is worthwhile. We shall do so. She slowly stood up. But first we have to get back. The sovereign primacy didn't make their life easy. It was a risk to spend so long on a mostly predictable path. Darkness could confuse any trackers, but anyone could piece together the various conflicts along the way into a cohesive pattern. Regardless, it was already clear that the triptych was not close enough to respond. John and Aldera had discovered a few methods the sovereign primacy had to rapidly transmit information between their islands, but it wasn't instantaneous. Mostly, it was fast boats and messenger birds, easy enough to disrupt if they had to. No signal towers or the like, but it seemed to work well enough to keep them cohesive. Though for how long? Could a planet-spanning empire really last without rapid communication? John decided the answer was only barely, and specifically because of the exalted soul phase cultivators. An attack came at night, while the 2 exalted soul phase cultivators were resting. That was actually their mistake, because they were craving something different. A quick bit of battle wouldn't tire them out too much, but it would ease their boredom. John snapped awake when he felt the spiritual energy of those around him rising. Aldera was no slower, and soon they were both flying towards a battle. Whoever sinks fewer ships has to stabilize the Earth region, John declared. It was a pointless bet. Both of them had to make sure everything was working. But the Earth element section was heavier. I accept your challenge, Aldera said. John thought he would win because he wielded a sword. He could chop ships in half now. Technically, he could do that without a sword, but it was easier with a solid shape to work from. Even if his spiritual energy reached far beyond it, the basic form was important. That might only be because people thought it was important, but it didn't really matter. He cut down several ships in the time it took Aldera to line up her spear, at which point she pierced meter-wide holes through multiple vessels in a line. Asking what elements the two of them used for their attacks was a difficult question, because of course they used all of them. This time, though, John was a little more fire-dominant as he seared the edges of his cuts. Aldera was closer to a mix of air and light. Her attack was similar to a laser mixed with lightning, which was quite difficult to look at. Then John used earth, breaking down the wood of the ships instead of destroying it. He flew on the winds, cutting apart ships one after another. Aldera won the match, though just barely. There was a single ship remaining, and she threw her spear to get it when John was just about to slice it through. He could have claimed that his following attack sunk it, but water was already flowing inside. The cultivators aboard the ships were both offended and terrified that their existences were basically being ignored. They tried to launch attacks on the exalted soul phase cultivators, but they simply couldn't hit them. Spreading out their attacks to cover the sky just resulted in the two pushing through like it was a wall of paper and not fire, lightning, earth and spikes, ice, weaponized light and darkness, as well as various weapons like arrows, spears, and even siege projectiles meant for targeting ships. The sovereign primacy thought they had finally gathered a sufficient force. Indeed, if they had kept their morale up, they might have caused significant casualties, but only their fastest ships had even engaged the enemy fleets. Then they had people running away over or through the water, and everyone took license to flee. John and Aldera chased down a few of the stronger cultivators to prevent them from being trouble in the future. Then they finished their break and started moving a combined island once more. They actually didn't have to put it that close to the molten sea. Instead, they would have it far enough out to feasibly claim a large swath of the seas. Practically and militarily, of course. There wasn't much of anyone around to respect anything but force now, since the sovereign primacy was basically the rest of the planet. Spader 530. For islands drifted along, barely upheld by the spiritual energy around them. John suspected that either he or Aldera could have molded existing elemental regions to fit their own desires more easily than dragging islands across wide oceans, but it wouldn't send the same message to the sovereign primacy. It was a message that they, too, were vulnerable to attack. Even if the triptych didn't care what happened to their people, which might very well be the case, they still had to consider public sentiment. Attacking some of their longest-held territories had been for a reason. They would be their greatest supporters, so if they were shaken it would affect the wider group. And even if it was impossible for a disturbance to stop the trio of exalted soul phase cultivators, unrest could at the very least keep them busy. Requiring their personal attention could provide an opportunity. Those were all the justifications John used. But mostly, he thought that his idea had been stupid. He was so exhausted. But at least they had finally arrived in friendly waters after annihilating the most recent pursuit fleets, and would soon be settling in a place near the molten sea. How should they be arranged? Aldera asked. We have a perfect opportunity to reposition them if we find it valuable. And they seem to have continued to maintain some level of spiritual energy production. John considered the question. He had honestly thought they wouldn't be much more than a pile of useful resources. The fact that they seemed to have kept more than that was astounding. Obviously, John hadn't tried to move an elemental region before, and a few small islands hardly counted as a region, but he had presumed that they would fall apart, or at least conform to local elemental patterns. Perhaps these would, given time. But that might be a failure on the part of the two of them rather than an inevitability. My first instinct is to form them into an elemental cross pattern, John said. But they have clearly endured in their current form well enough. Disturbing that would be unfortunate. To that end, I might suggest that we align the water and fire islands with the molten sea. But John shook his head. Aldera understood where he was coming from. We would have to first break up the plate holding them together, and the rearrangement might unbalance things. Perhaps all four islands would fade into the elemental prominence of the molten sea, becoming little more than an extension of the area. Or they might fade into pure water element given their connection to the ocean water around them. Right. Most experienced cultivators would understand these things, but not quite the same way as a full-cycle cultivator. It would be a shame for them to fall apart. So I think the water and fire should be on the opposite side. The molten sea is mixed elements, so we shouldn't need to rearrange the islands any. The water should feed into the air, so we only need to be concerned with the earth element. But that already feeds into the natural fire island. The air being bolstered might not be enough for it to sustain the earth. We'll have to monitor the flow, I think, Aldera commented. Otherwise, minor placement changes could become an issue. That didn't sound so bad. It would be a nice break. Of course, John suspected that the sovereign primacy would continue to launch attacks. But if they were stationary, John would have no issues going all out to attack any incoming fleets. And if Aldera was there as well, then anything short of the triptych would be a hopeless assault. If they managed to draw in their true foes, then the whole mission could be considered a success. They remained on the stolen islands for several weeks, driving away a few half-hearted attacks from the sovereign primacy. High-priority messages from their respective groups came to them, which sadly meant their island vacation was a working one. But such was life when you were one of the 5 most powerful people on the planet, by every definition. The 4 islands weren't individual chunks of rock. John and Aldera had reached deep enough to pull up a larger combined plate, sturdy bedrock that had at first seemed to weigh them down. However, they wouldn't have been able to keep the islands stable without it, and it greatly simplified the final process of placing the islands. They merely needed to fuse their island with the seafloor, instead of digging new support for the islands. Reshaping Earth was the last thing they needed for their journey. It might not even require any work, but it seemed more appropriate to create a natural feeling. Thus, after they had rested for a few days, they began the process of attuning it to the surroundings and fusing the bedrock. They had traveled far enough that the actual materials were somewhat different. It would always stand out, but that didn't mean the combined islands couldn't have their place. It was a shame they only represented a core cycle, but hoping for a full cycle that prominently displayed each element was a bit much to ask. Indeed, when the elements were properly balanced, it usually didn't feel like much of anything. At least, that was the case for those who were inexperienced. For John and Aldera, it was something special. It was unclear to John if he should continue to measure his cultivation in ranks. There were clear dividing lines and changes in power for cultivators below the exalted soul phase. But regardless of whether or not there was a strict increase in rank, John knew he was stronger. How could he not be, after undertaking such a significant task? Except, of course, it had been entirely possible that growth would end upon reaching the exalted soul phase. It could have been the limit of human capabilities. John didn't feel that, though. He had some serious doubts about what a potential next phase would consist of, but if it was merely improving power as he already had, he was certain that progress was being made. Fundamental changes were unlikely. New totems? A far-off dream, if not wholly imagination. But continued growth of his spiritual energy was obvious. The same was true for Aldera. He could detect a difference just from the time they spent traveling together. Unfortunately, that meant their foes would be growing too. It was only a question of who was faster, or if the stronger party could force a conflict. John had to imagine that over time 3 individuals would ultimately outperform the 2 of them. Though he lacked complete confidence in their victory, he still thought that the near future was their best chance. Not least of which was because the world would crumble if they waited for long. Population centers wiped out one after another. Even if it wasn't contained to just their allied territories, the total death toll was already becoming unbearable. At the time, John and Aldera had been robbing the sovereign primacy of some of their islands. The triptych had been active on the opposite side of the molten sea, striking the southeastern side. Rather than aiming for any gains of their own, however, they simply crushed the recovering sects of a few of the islands in the area. It was a reasonable action now that they were at war, but they needn't have provoked the molten sea to begin with, as it was now clear that the previous aggressions weren't going to be limited to a few instances. The molten sea had come to John about matters of cooperation. They weren't keen on fighting alongside the Empire of Elements, though John could tell that their overall sentiment wasn't that against them. After all, those who hadn't been aligned with the true sea had ultimately been able to take over the rest of the region. People could forgive a lot when they experienced significant gains. Having a mutual enemy was also impactful, but the Continental Alliance was still easier for them to approach. Tyhamir Kellerman had been one of the prospects for the exalted soul phase. As the cultivation surge continued all across the world, there were many who had reached the late ascending soul phase, many now approaching the peak. Yet taking the final step had proved impossible for most, as John was aware of many who had tried and failed to advance. Though it wasn't public knowledge, John was aware that Tyhamir had made that very attempt. Superficially, he still displayed the aura of a cultivator of the 45th rank. In truth, His cultivation had fallen to the 43rd rank, barely within the late ascending soul phase. John didn't pry too deeply, but he imagined it would be difficult for the man to recover to his former point. John was well aware how lucky he had been with his own cultivation regressions, though of course only one had actually happened while his current self. "We need access to the molten sea," John said, after they had gone through the pleasantries and reached the point of discussion about how they could work together. "Transporting our cultivators through your territory will speed access to different sides of the continents and to the empire of elements." John held up a hand to stave off the legitimate protests the man should make. "The latter shouldn't be necessary more than once. But if we get an opportunity to strike at the triptych, we will either send our warriors to join them or call them to join us." Of course, that required sufficient advanced notice of the enemy's operations to actually respond. That was nearly impossible, but they were working on that every day. If nobody but another exalted soul phase cultivator could face people of that rank, they were left with no choice but to be flexible. Tihamir nodded slowly. "I will consult with my fellows about the possibilities." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Do you know of any weaknesses they might possess?" John considered for a moment. "We have not been able to verify much, given their actions. However, we can make some assumptions. First, that they are afraid of an organized force of ascending soul phase cultivators. They use great force to devastate a location or two, then retreat. But not before resting. There are likely two parts to that. First, they are inviting counter-assaults, but only within a certain threshold. Most likely they retreat if they were threatened. And they could be. The triptych is excessive in their attacks, wearing themselves down. So it might be possible to catch them," Tihamir said. "Yes, but not without sufficiently fast communications, and fleets might have to push themselves too hard. A perfect encirclement is likely impossible, and they can no doubt detect incoming fleets from a great distance." "Is there anything else?" Tihamir asked. Technically there was, but not something he could take advantage of, and even making the attempt might reveal too much. John supposed it might not matter that one of the trio had a slightly unbalanced set of totems, but if it could provide even the slightest edge, it was important to take advantage of it. John and Aldera were the most qualified individuals to do so. They just had to find an actual opportunity to make use of that knowledge. For that, they needed to see the actual response to their assault. No doubt it would be significant. Chapter 531. Far before the new leader of the continent had arrived, Alva had come from the same world, whereupon she took the position of Sitora. Even so long in the past, the Sky Islands were a prominent force, blessed with abundant spiritual energy and talented cultivators. She had assimilated into the culture, replacing her previous ambitions with new ones. It was not unreasonable to seek to be an island master. Seeking power provided stability, and those who had experienced death understood the need for such more than any others. Perhaps it was simply a matter of timing, or maybe Sitora simply lacked sufficient ambition. Either way, she had only been the island master of the second peak, despite having a significant opportunity handed to her. She immersed herself in a far-off rivalry, but she didn't even successfully overcome her rival herself. Jessine was instead slain by the desperate efforts of locals who had seemed insignificant to Sitora at the time. Yet she had also encountered another cultivator who transmigrated into the world from the same earth. It had felt like a strange anomaly that wouldn't affect her far into the future, but she couldn't be more wrong. Sitora was glad she had departed on peaceful terms, because she could be blamed for Mateo's death to some extent. And John could have dealt with her just like Abrit, only it would have been easier. Instead, they had become allies and John had ascended to a position that neither of them had imagined. But his ambition was merely to become strong enough to protect everyone he loved, which ultimately meant he had to be the strongest. He didn't just have power, though. He had creativity that Sitora had set aside. She hadn't sought to reshape the way of the world or to advance it. Perhaps that was the different time she came from. Cultivators had similar standards of living to what Sitora expected. Indoor plumbing was possible, and lighting was perhaps even easier than in her lifetime on Earth. There wasn't much in the way of mechanization, but machines had been fairly simple in Sitora's time. John spoke of much more. He developed communication methods that stretched a great distance. The Sky Islands were able to look down upon the shores of the continent and send signals back and forth. perhaps less impressive in some ways than unifying the continent with limited violence, but likely to impact the world far into the future. Somehow, even during a war that implicated the entire planet, he also had time to develop something momentous, which he revealed to Sitora in a simple letter. What the Sky Islands had theorized, John had accomplished. At least to a limited extent, he had created more of the crystal that allowed the Sky Islands to be what they were. Previously, the best they could do was scavenge the crystal sea below and activate what was there. They could likely replace the first peak. Or perhaps they would add a new sixth peak and move the second higher. That way future generations would remember their folly. Sitora wouldn't be around forever to remind them herself. No, if things continued as they were, she might not be around long at all. She could already see the ships on the horizon, packed to the gills with air cultivators. Assaulting the Sky Islands was difficult, but not impossible for those with sufficient cultivation. They were still over 100 kilometers out and somewhere around 10 beneath. Sitora ordered the signals be sent to the continent. Whether or not the attack was coming for them, it was appropriate to alert their allies. Attacks had ramped up everywhere, so John was choosing semi-arbitrary locations to show himself. There were efforts being made to predict the appearance of the triptych, but he couldn't simply remain inactive until they managed something. Every ascending soul phase cultivator he took down was one more that his people didn't have to face. And of course, there were many more consolidated soul phase cultivators that fell as well. Those beneath that, if they dared to show their faces without protection, any sect on the continent could crush them with just a couple higher-ranking members. John would deal with them if they happened to be on his way to somewhere else, but they weren't really worth the minimal time he had to expend. He now found himself in the Viridio wildlands, though he would only be staying for a short time. He would fly beyond their shores, looking for enemy fleets. But first, he had to visit local sections. It was impossible to show his face in every one, but those above a certain size would expect him to pass through. It was important for morale. At least nobody expected him to stay and chat. He already had the best excuse prepared. There were a few places he lingered or sought out intentionally. One of those was the emerging bamboo sect. They were already on the way to his intended destination, but he was feeling some nostalgia. He was happy to see Chandra once more. She had once been little more than a promising disciple. Now she was the sect head. John hoped he'd helped motivate her, but of course he couldn't take any real responsibility. "What a pleasure to see you again," she said with a smile. John actually believed it from her. Some people were just being polite. There wasn't much in the way of hostility against him, but quite a few people were neutral about John as a person. "I don't imagine the jungle paths were too much of an issue for you." He shook his head. "I cut everything back appropriately. Maybe it will listen for a while." Of course, John could have simply flown over the jungle, but leaving signs of his path was useful. The plants of the Viridio wildlands grew at an astounding pace, and any dead plants merely became fuel for future growth. John didn't recognize any particular flora, but he could tell that they had all grown significantly since he first visited around a century prior. He let the nostalgia wash over him. Old memories could be quite powerful. It seemed to him like much of it had passed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, certain parts stretched out forever. Pleasure passed quickly, but anguish lingered. "Are you planning to stay the night?" Chandra asked. "We can provide a place for you to rest, if you need it." John had been moving long enough. How many days had it been since he'd set out from Estrain? "Yes, I think I will. Though if I remember your traditions, it shouldn't be necessary for you to make anything for me." He surveyed the various stalks of massive bamboo. The sect had expanded their perimeter quite significantly. The older specimens had grown quite large, though they seemed to slow down at some point. None were much more than 10 meters in diameter. That was larger than his first memories, though, and their height. Dozens of segments which added together to over 100 meters tall for the greatest. Some might be significantly more. "I was hoping to find the first one I made," John commented, "though it might have been recycled by now." Without careful monitoring of their growth, the giant bamboo could grow to unusable proportions. They could also die if they were not properly monitored, and while the emerging bamboo sect did their best, the rate at which life progressed in the Viridio wildlands didn't make it easy. Chandra pondered for a few moments. "Honestly, I don't know if it's still there somewhere. We don't keep that careful of records." At the time, John had just been a visiting young master of a clan a few regions over. He had been welcomed properly, but there was nothing particularly special about him at the time. Even if he had been friendly, he hadn't been close enough with Chandra or any of the others that they would specifically preserve a single bamboo cane. The chances of it having any traces of his spiritual energy after a century were non-existent. Not even minuscule, but actually none. He hadn't made any markings that would have particularly made it stand out. And if it had remained, it would have had many more levels where runes were carved into it. John had visited again in the past, but he hadn't really thought about it. I'd like to see if I can find it. Chandra nodded. Of course. Whatever pleases you. Do you remember the boundaries of the old sect? John asked. After all, because of how the emerging bamboo sect had expanded, there wasn't much to orient himself by. They didn't tend to make traditional buildings, despite how much more convenient they would have been. Most of the material they gathered they exported to others instead. Bamboo was excellent construction material, though perhaps less favored when it was excessively large. Generally, follow the largest growth. John nodded. He approached the area and felt tiny. It wasn't much different from being a small insect in a normal bamboo forest. The density of the neighboring canes was much the same as those of a smaller size. Some grew right next to each other. No doubt as they grew, many had been taken out to make room. John was reminded of his personal gardens. He'd liked bamboo on Earth, but he'd been inspired by this place. It wasn't just natural growth, but the training and talent of generations. Yet it was as close to wild as possible, because observing the natural bamboo was the inspiration for the sect. Vibrant earth and water elemental spiritual energy came off of the whole forest. John could feel the most powerful bamboo, but nothing that felt like his. It wasn't unreasonable to think that it would be among them, if it survived, but most likely it did not. A temporary dwelling formed by a random visitor a century prior might simply have faded into obscurity. Maybe it was used for some of the walkways attached to surrounding canes. Having cultivators climb up the sides was all well and good when they only had to go 5 or 10 meters up, but at some point it was simply more practical to have spiral platforms. It slightly diverged from the natural state of things, but it made it more human. It wasn't long before John came across some disciples training. They weren't focusing on growth, but offense. One bamboo in particular was between 4 of them, 5 meters across and scarred, but still standing. That one is stubbornly enduring, Chandra commented. Someone tried to cut it down once, but gave up. So we gave it a purpose. It was too troublesome to make more rooms, so it lives like this. John could see the scars, brown patches that climbed up dozens of segments. In a way it seemed cruel, but on the other hand the bamboo cane was able to demonstrate its great determination by enduring. Not that it probably thought anything. It was merely a plant. Each cultivator around it struck the bamboo with powerful kicks. Some slashed with weapons, but emerging bamboo sect cultivators preferred to use momentum as their source of power. Some used piercing weapons, but even when they scattered off the edge of the bamboo, there was sufficient space they wouldn't risk running into their fellow trainees. It passed through John's mind that the bamboo might actually have had a shorter life if it were not tempered by cultivators attacking it. It seemed contradictory, but spiritual energy could be like that. A plant without any relevant activity might simply reach its end, given time. John watched until the current trainees grew bored. It was certainly not the only target appropriate for them. Most others would prefer to spar against active opponents, whereas a stubbornly enduring bamboo cane was merely good for testing attacks that might harm fellow disciples. Warded arenas would do just as well. He approached the stalk. Chandra no doubt thought he was odd for focusing on it for so long, but he found himself interested. John was certain he could destroy it, but that wouldn't make him a very good guest. He still felt compelled to attack. The appropriate thing was to use the local energy. Water and earth. He pulled out his sword, but he didn't intend to slice through it. He just wanted to leave a mark to encourage disciples. And he did, but not in the way he expected. John slashed from below, drawing his sword upwards. His energy stretched outward as he did, reaching the full height of the bamboo cane 70 or 80 meters above. A line about as deep as a finger was cut into it, the edges around it curling back slightly. John was certain that it would survive such a mark with no issues. He didn't expect it to latch onto his spiritual energy and devour it. All along the seam, the bamboo suddenly produced new shoots a meter long and a few centimeters wide springing out at different angles. The damage was recovered in an instant, though rather than healing, it was something entirely new. At that same moment, John felt a bit of familiarity. His eyes rose upward, Then he took flight. Though his memory was good, it wasn't so flawless that he could determine for certain if the runes at the top of the cane had been carved by him. But they certainly could have been. Nobody's using this. I'll stay here. Regardless of whether this was his or not, John decided he owed the bamboo cane some more spiritual energy. Maybe this one remembered his spiritual energy, or maybe it just was suited for what he carried. It was quite possible any other random cane he'd sliced would have also greedily absorbed his energy. Previously, John had observed the canes growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sudden explosion of offshoots was far more than that. Yet as he fed spiritual energy to the large bamboo cane, he felt the majority of it didn't go to increasing in size. Instead, perhaps it went to endurance. He couldn't quite say, as it eagerly devoured even his sensory energy. John could have stopped it, but he decided to let it absorb its fill. Though it wasn't the most grand specimen, people would remember it for a long time to come. He couldn't give such attention to every plant he came across, but every once in a while wasn't a bad feeling. And he felt like he'd been rude for trying to cut it, even just a little. Chapter 532. John sunk ships and slaughtered cultivators. He wondered how many people could have possibly killed as many people as he had throughout all of history. If one were measuring by total power, the last time would have had to be during an ancient cultivation surge. In terms of total kills, even those famous for their slaughter usually didn't kill that many people throughout their careers, hundreds or thousands, as people would quickly join together against people of such power. But here, the scale of the war had expanded. John could easily kill 100 people in every battle, sometimes more. If he battled every few days, the numbers added up to over 10,000 in less than a year. Probably less than 100 of them were ascending soul phase cultivators, though as a percentage of the total population they were by far the highest. Even with the sovereign primacy ruling the rest of the planet, between himself and Aldera they had to have taken out at least 10% of their ascending soul phase cultivators, and more when they counted their nations. Their own losses weren't much better, but they were holding on. Another disaster happened every month or two. Perhaps John had fallen into a strange mental state, because he couldn't help but be relieved that something like the triptych showing up and wiping a city off the map occurred. Only every month or two and not more frequently. He still couldn't let it continue, but he was getting a more accurate picture of their movements. How far they could go in what time, how frequently they would strike, and how they communicated. For the most parts, the continents were too overwhelmed with constant assaults to strike back, but that didn't mean they were helpless. They often took out 2 or 3 times as many high-ranking cultivators as their foes, and that included the great disasters. A defensive position was valuable, and both of the exalted soul phase cultivators were constantly active. They had been balancing their forces, securing their borders, and preparing for their next steps. Offensive fleets had been formed and plans laid. Ultimately, the determining factor in whether their plan could work was pride. Cultivators had a lot of pride and found it difficult to refuse a challenge. John knew that himself. If he was honest, he would have absolutely launched an ill-advised strike on the triptych if they had been a little less cautious about their retreats. Knowing what he did now about their abilities, he thought he would have had unfavorable odds. Less than a 50% chance of victory, and loss would mean death for him, and likely for most of those he cared about. They had little choice but to directly challenge the triptych. It was seemingly impossible to do so to their faces, so the next best option was to do so in their most population-dense areas. John and Aldera set out in a sleek ship along with a small crew. While the 2 exalted soul phase cultivators had great power and could likely run or swim for days, it was simply a waste to not take advantage of what mechanical assistance they could. The reason they didn't set out with a whole fleet, however, was because of the risks. In most potential scenarios, they had to reach friendly or at least neutral territory before they engaged with the enemy triptych. That meant whoever came with them might die. Of course, that was the truth for every cultivator, but it still bothered John. Yet at the same time, he was pleased to have so many beside him. A more kind-hearted John would have told his friends not to come. That would be one who wasn't resolved to do what was necessary to win, to survive. A fool that would have only saved himself from his own fears, but not a single life. Renato had been the first to volunteer. The Order of the Amber Heart doesn't need me more than you do. Just make certain that no matter what happens, you win. John had merely smiled in return. He couldn't trust anyone to have his back more than someone like Renato, but that was precisely why he couldn't imagine abandoning him. The mere possibility that it might be the right tactical decision made his heart ache. Who else would be better than us? Steve had said, "We've already died. I'm not afraid." Those things had nothing to do with each other, even if Steve was speaking the truth. Having experienced death himself, John was well aware how terrifying it was. Getting a second chance at life could easily make one hold on to life more tightly. John was fortunate he hadn't become paranoid and fearful. Justina, of course, would fight alongside her husband. There is no point in standing by while the fate of the world is decided. Sidora was the last of those close to John, even if they weren't as connected as the rest. Circumstances and distance should have made them little more than acquaintances, but they did share a mutual first world. The same could be said for Steve, but he wasn't as nostalgic about it. Sidora didn't have to say anything to John. He could see the look in her eyes. His grandfather had it once. Kuzuma, Aiden, the resolve to battle until death. She would hold nothing back in their trials, and only luck would see her through. Even as the oldest among them, she could still live for decades more if she wasn't killed. Along with Aldera came Elder Roy and Amalric. They were some of her most trusted people. Yet she also had her own transmigrators with her, Ida and Corey. They were not from Earth, but another world. They had been revealed during Aldera's search for reincarnation and transmigrators due to their power and strangeness, though they didn't seem to have been trying to hide it. The crew was quite weighted towards those who had died once and lived again, but that was in part because they were strong. They would be needed to strike deep into the heart of enemy territory. The previous assaults on Blightfire Island and the Core Element Island chain had been part of the sovereign primacy, but no more than a couple hundred kilometers into their territory. The current target was a quarter of a planet away, somewhere around 10,000 kilometers. It was possible that John and Aldera would decide their mission was complete far before then. They didn't exactly expect to sneak the whole way, so they would be causing chaos along the way to provoke their intended response. But they at least expected to be a great distance into dangerous territory, surrounded by foes. Their first plan would be avoidance if they could, thus the fast ship, but plans rarely survive contact with the enemy. Certainly not repeated interactions. No one will protect you. That was the truth. John could make it so. Your leadership is weak. Cowards. They have not the courage to face us. Sometimes, you just had to say things to get a reaction. If they were, actually, weak, John would have defeated them alone. But everything was relative. In some ways, he had to convince himself that it was true so that he had hope. Aldera was less passionate in her declarations, but John couldn't say they were less effective. Capitulating to the sovereign primacy has only brought you ruin. You failed to stand against them, so you wouldn't dare raise your heads around us. It was harsh, but generally true. As long as people thought they could be spared, they were very willing to surrender. It likely helped that they weren't taking captives, so nobody was worried about either of them changing their mind later. They still left a trail of destruction. Their course could later be plotted with sunken ships and damaged cities. Each island they passed close to, John and Aldera cut through the middle. Their ship was always waiting on the other side, allowing them to rest for most of their journey. Sidora was there to fill the sails with wind, with the bow itself enchanted to maximize the flow of water around them. Even knowing that their planning was as good as it could get, John was nervous. What if their reports had been wrong and their estimations thrown off? The triptych could have already received news of their approach and be moving to cut them off. Fighting them in their own territory would force John and Aldera to settle things quickly, but it was clear that the enemy trio had an immense power output. John liked to think he could dodge any sort of attack that was meant to strike down a city, but he had only experienced it from afar. Actual certainty was impossible. Actually going 10,000 kilometers was a bit much. At least a third of that would have to be on land, which was far slower travel. They had discussed various possible forms of air travel, but flying under their own power would exhaust them, and they didn't have anything properly like airships. A hot air balloon was something they did have, but they weren't known for their rapid speed. At least directing them was possible, since they could control the winds. Rather than the one to approach him being Renato, Steve, or even Sidora, it was Aldera who was first aware of John's mental state. Don't worry, we will succeed. If things had been different, that would have been everything he needed to hear. Mateo had always been able to calm his heart. But every time, he subconsciously, and perhaps consciously, rejected positive interactions with her. He couldn't help but think about the deaths of both her and Astrid. It has to work, John said. There was no point in pretending she had been wrong. But he had to manage himself, though it wouldn't be for much longer. That actually made it far easier. When he let it, everything inside of him began to return towards balance. Are there any strategies we need to discuss? Tactics to practice? Yes, Aldera said. We should annihilate an island. It wasn't okay to blow up an island for stress relief. John firmly believed that. But since they had to kill some people who would happily do such a thing, doing it for practice was reasonable, and they truly did have a good reason. Kaelin, the youngest member of the triptych, which in a way made him most talented. Yet he had formed a core cycle, then included earth and water a second time. He leaned significantly towards water and earth. The others, Enion and Phalasade, had trained the darkness and light allied cycles respectively. They lacked balance in a different way, but together they fit. So Kaelin was the point of weakness. An island was a perfect analog. Earth surrounded by water. They destroyed the island with fire and air. Then another and another. Each time, they changed methods, forming a ring of lightning around the edge, drying the island out with winds, turning it into a sort of volcano. They'd made a fire tornado that burned trees, tore up topsoil, then flung melted bedrock everywhere. Most attacks were too large of a scale, but they couldn't necessarily expect him to sit still. If the three members of the triptych fought together properly, they might form a wide zone of defense. Hopefully, the elemental weakness would be exploitable. To that end, they had to test each other for weaknesses. Assuming that their full cycle was perfect might get them killed. And just in case they couldn't see the flaws in their own style, they tested themselves against friend and foe. The journey was long, even if they moved at a rapid pace. It had already been 2 weeks, and they were expecting 1 to 2 more. Their return trip would be faster, but it was pointless to exhaust themselves on the approach. Even so, they were going several times as fast as a sailing ship ought to go. Even if John and Aldera didn't physically tire themselves from the journey, the faster they got to each conflict, the more they began to build up mental fatigue from battles. But they needed to spread their message as deep into enemy territory as possible. The plan was to get an immediate response. The triptych madly chasing after them all alone would be unlikely. But if they could only gather fleets from the surrounding regions as they approached, it would be something. Unfortunately, neither continent could afford to gather a sufficient fighting force in one position, not with the various attacks all around their territory, just waiting for a moment of weakness. Chapter 5:33. Rather than relying on maps or any knowledge they could pry out of captives, John thought seeing the terrain with his own eyes was the best option. Flight allowed him to view a very far distance, at the cost of potentially revealing himself. But they weren't planning to stay hidden for long regardless. The current point was to scout out their initial movements as they reached the largest landmass under the sovereign primacy's control. Another continent, most likely, depending on definitions. In this particular case, they happened to be approaching a peninsula of sorts. Planning whether to land or continue alongside in the sea was an important choice, because they had to do something with their vessel. Leaving it hidden on its own, even for just a few days, seemed likely to end up with it being discovered. That would greatly slow their retreat, forcing them to capture another vessel that might be inferior. Or they could swim, which would still be slower. Not a state they wanted to run into if they actually managed to draw the triptych. Even if the flaws that John and Aldera surmised they might have in their balance were accurate, the two of them having any disadvantages would greatly limit their chances of success. Of survival, anyone on the mission could die, but they needed to make it worthwhile. For their families and all of those back home. John took in the topography, then returned to the vessel below. There is a mountain range further on that would limit passage. If we move towards the more populated side and send the ship on the other, it should be safe enough for a short time. It had become clear they wouldn't be able to strike as deeply inland as they wanted, but that was the sort of adaptation they had expected going in. So far, they hadn't had to significantly divert from their plans. Aldera pondered for a few moments. If we're going to do that, perhaps splitting their attention might be valuable. I don't believe it would be wise to take overly long within their territory. Were there no cities on the far side of these mountains? They appeared to be a lower population, weaker spiritual energy, and the like. Though, of course, I wasn't close enough to go in depth. Having the planet out of the way certainly helped with the distance of his senses, but even so they fell off significantly. The only thing John was absolutely certain about was that there weren't any exalted soul phase cultivators in that area, and not too many ascending soul phase cultivators. Then, Aldera said, "We should send the majority of our forces along that route, attacking whatever seems best. The two of us should move further inland with the intention to meet up with the ship, as you said." John didn't like sidelining the rest of those with them, but he had to admit that it was somewhat expected. The gap between the phases was too large, even for those with great talent. This would be the best way for them to participate, not struggling to keep up with John and Aldera, but relieving the pressure indirectly. "Any thoughts?" he asked the rest. So, Steve looked around. "We finally get to fight for real?" "As much as makes sense," John commented. "We need to find some concentrations of power," Steve said, "so that we can blow them up. It's no good to do it to some random city. We should target the biggest sect or clan around there." He pointed to Amalric. "You're good at volcano stuff, right?" "I'd like to think so," the man nodded. "Great. Renato and us can help knock down or melt walls or whatever. We'll have you target the most durable part, though that doesn't include everyone." "I will remain on the vessel," Sitora commented. Elder Roy joined in. "You should not be alone with such a task. I am certain there will be many attacks, and you should not have to split your attention between the ship and defending yourself. But the twins would be better suited to the assault force, I think." Ida and Corey agreed, speaking together. "Yes, we will blind our foes with the power of the bright trinity." As it appeared that all were in agreement, the plan was set once some of the important details were worked out. They were expecting to meet up within 30 hours, though the exact time was flexible. Within that time, they could cover hundreds of kilometers. Flight formations weren't particularly interesting with only 2 participants. John and Aldera simply took positions that limited the aerodynamic burden on the two of them. Far short of the flying V of certain birds, it was just 2 people generally near each other. It didn't particularly matter which of them was at the head. The strain was similar for both, as they were combining their spiritual energy with regards to the control of the surrounding air and thus their flight. It was easy, simple. Most of the time, John avoided his emotions, causing fluctuations on his own portion of the spiritual energy. Aldera likely noticed it, but she didn't say anything. Neither of them spoke. It would have been an unnecessary effort when their focus should be on reaching their destination. Without spiritual energy, their words would be carried away on the winds as they moved. They had some idea of what their target was. It was impossible for the sovereign primacy to completely hide information about their largest cities. Indeed, they would wish to brag about such things. The target region was clear to the pair before they even got near it. From a great distance away, the sky blackened. The region they were approaching was known as Evernight, and the origin of the name couldn't be more simple. It wasn't a land of perpetual darkness, exactly. People could see just about as well as normal for nighttime. However, sunlight didn't reach into the area. One consequence of such was that few normal plants grew. Lines of crops abruptly ended as the borders of the region began. Of course, the land wasn't completely barren. It simply had very specific flora and fauna that could live in a region with dominant darkness and no sunlight. Upon entering the region, both the earth and sky sparkled. Stars in the sky above, cities on the ground below. In cities of constant night, people needed light sources. Not everyone was a darkness cultivator, and not all darkness cultivators had eyes suited to seeing in deep darkness. If nothing else, people needed light inside their buildings to read. "It's beautiful," Aldera commented. Perhaps she had decided that it was significant enough to put in the effort. "It is," John replied. He wondered if the stars were somehow more pure, and how the region only blocked out sunlight and not the light of other stars. It was unfortunate that the circumstances reminded him of unpleasant tales. If they truly understood they were at war, wouldn't they extinguish their lights? "We already know where the cities are." "So we do," John agreed. Even so, he couldn't help but think about bombers that would target any signs of life. This world hadn't developed such things, but that was likely due to the sudden spike in cultivation ranks. If the rest of the planet was similar, only a small number of cultivators had previously been able to fly. Sufficiently powerful beasts were also nearly impossible to attain, so bombing a city from above simply wouldn't come up. And any proper sect would have a barrier that covered above their structures anyway. Though barriers were usually weaker away from physical structures, it was deemed a sufficient level of safety. Their target eventually appeared upon the horizon, brighter than anything else. The beautiful lights that filled the city were more diverse in color than elsewhere, standing out because of the tall towers within. Luminous Beacon was a center in which many surrounding darkness sects gathered to trade. With the rise of the sovereign primacy, the location was relatively peaceful, but the struggles for control had been constant in the past. At least that was the story according to what John had heard during interrogations, and he had no reason to disbelieve that. The city was shaped like an 8-pointed star, expanded from a simple square city shape. That was reasonably clear from the inner walls. "I think I have a plan," Aldera commented. She reduced her speed to a slower pace, making conversation easier. "I'll hear it," John said. "How will we cause the most damage?" "We only need to move to 2 positions each. If there were another arrangement of an 8-pointed star, that might not be the case. But you can see how the structure links up, can't you?" "So we attack at those points?" John asked. "We infiltrate our energy at those points," Aldera said. "Then we let it destroy itself according to the structure." John nodded. "All right. What do we want as the results? If we collapse the walls, it is barely more than a regular city. Though we might also strike down some of the highest towers afterwards, depending on how many people throw themselves at us. I suppose we should position ourselves on opposite corners for proper balance. Shall we rotate clockwise?" "I doubt it matters," Aldera said. "So that is what we will do." With that, the two of them split apart. It was easy for both of them to hide their approach by blending in with the natural darkness element. Even if anyone noticed them, it would only be a few moments before they took action. John sat down gently atop the barrier over his chosen segment. He began to attune himself to the energy. He could feel slight fluctuations, indicating Aldera had also begun her work on the other side. He was almost through when the formation reacted. John stopped for a moment, until he both saw and felt a burst of light from the other side. Aldera had decided simply to break through. They didn't want to draw attention, so it might as well be now. John infused some light element into the area around him, forcing the barrier to dissolve at least for a moment. The other option was to explode in reaction to light element, but it was better made than that. Spiritual energy swirled. The city reacted immediately. "Your triptych cannot protect you." Aldera's voice spread throughout the city. John added his own air element. "They chose this war, and you shall be the ones to suffer because of their hubris." Cultivators were readying themselves throughout the city, but John was the one attacked first. He was standing atop the wall, analyzing the composition of the enchantments and the materials underneath. Poison darts were tossed at him from several directions as guards poured in from all sides. They did their best to conceal themselves, but John had already been aware of their positions before they actively used their darkness element. Their only real chance was to hit him somewhere he wasn't concentrating defensive energy, but he could easily split his energy between defense and planning a citywide disruption. John countered with his own thrown daggers, filling them with whichever element felt best at the moment. It didn't precisely follow a cycle of elements as his cultivation stirred, but it was fairly close. Most people didn't survive long enough to pick out the patterns, and even if they had, they wouldn't be strong enough. But there were indeed a few ascending soul phase cultivators available in the city. How unfortunate for them that they had to split their attention between both cultivators. They couldn't leave either John or Aldera alone, but they also couldn't stop them. Even using just half of their power to fight, they were able to overcome the great odds around them. John swung his sword, lopping off heads as a man tried to pin down his position. The pure darkness cultivator tried to deceive John's senses, but the minute flaws in his technique caused by lacking other elements was sufficient for John to keep perfect track of him. It was a bit tough to kill the man in a single hit without focusing his energy, so he was clearing up some of the others first. Meanwhile, his energy was twining together with the enchantments on the walls. His energy reached the ends of the spurs that went towards the outer sections first, finally intersecting with Aldera's at the other corners of the central square. Then it was time to move. John let the man chase after him, trying to keep just faster than the man could comfortably chase. Unfortunately, his pursuer caught onto the ruse and didn't overcommit to his movement. John would have absolutely cut him down the moment he did so. That said, he wouldn't last long. More than half of the job was already done. Keeping his spiritual energy steady at a distance was more difficult, but John had a smaller section to cover now. He could feel a few people trying to undo his work, but most of the powerful cultivators had been cut down. They would need hours or days to do anything with what they had left, but there were only minutes to spare. The man continued to assault John with his two-handed sword. Such a weapon was not as slow as it initially appeared, but it also didn't have as much of advantage in reach as it might have if their cultivations were lower. With one hand, John parried. The man held firm, solidifying his swing, but John overpowered him just enough. His own sword rebounded, but that was actually the intention. The sudden shift in momentum brought his weapon away to the wall before reflecting back towards the man's wrists before he could reassert his control over his sword. John spent more than enough energy to kill the man, and yet he didn't even do that. But one wrist was cut clean through, though the man managed to protect the other. But with a single hand, his control over his blade was diminished. His power was already inferior to John, and his weapon was flung away. John then kicked him backwards. He could have killed him, of course. He simply had something more important for him to do, and it was more meaningful coming from someone strong. You must remember this moment. Curse your leaders for having no courage to face us. Tell them we will meet them on the battlefield should they dare to follow. A rumbling sound. The walls began to tremble all around John. With one final push, he and Aldera accomplished their task. The stone tore itself asunder, turning into small chunks and fine powder. Sections of the city that had once been separated were suddenly visible to each other, but the brightness of the lights didn't bring them any joy but simply despair. They were lucky to be alive. It was quite possible for the two exalted soul phase cultivators to have leveled the city instead. They had already killed many members of the sovereign primacy, but they needed people to be alive to report on the damage here. And they weren't quite done yet. Those towers in the middle were looking tempting. Chapter 534. With the ability to focus entirely on combat for a few moments, John found it trivial to remove the majority of the people pestering him. He bore them no personal grudge, but he doubted they would have accomplished much more in their lives with their level of self-preservation instincts. The few people who had backed up to a safer distance clearly had a better idea of their own mortality. If they weren't being watched, John imagined they would have directly retreated. Aldera similarly had no trouble dealing with her portion. Even exalted soul phase cultivators didn't have boundless energy, but there simply weren't enough ascending soul phase cultivators to properly threaten them. Now that the walls had fallen, it was time for the great towers of luminous beacon to fall. John wondered if any of the cultivators realized the city as a whole was one step away from great enlightenment. It would have been fascinating to see a whole city that managed a balance of darkness and light. Sadly, they were part of the sovereign primacy, and so the city had to go. The towers were protected with all sorts of wards, more concentrated than the barrier that had covered the whole city. It would take John some time to unravel it, and far too much power to overwhelm them. They were wise enough to similarly enchant the ground beneath the towers, otherwise it would have been trivial to sink them. Unfortunately for them, there were limits to everything. 50 meters underground, 100. John discovered those limits, angling down through the city streets around the central towers. Aldera followed his energy from the other side, going with the flow of his actions. As he began to draw away earth and stone, she did the same. Material spilled out onto the streets, but the ground remained steady. Even when they diverted underground lakes to fill the area, the towers still stood. If they had fully excavated the area underneath the city and left nothing to hold it up, it would have no choice but to fall. But that would take easily 10 times as much spiritual energy to manage. Besides, what they had already done was sufficient. John could feel the formation straining to hold the ground above in place, the spiritual energy draining as it fought against gravity. The wards protecting the ground had provided an easy mark for the end of their excavations as they dug a wide tunnel beneath. Now it was closer to a lake, the soil around it weakening even as the spiritual energy threatened to drop the structures above. "Let's go," John said. It wasn't an order, but Aldera naturally agreed. She flew backwards, not that it really made any difference. "You're far more dramatic than I thought. Not even going to watch it." John shook his head. "I'd rather not." He heard the crash, even from numerous kilometers away. Once the first tower fell, there was nothing holding up the rest. The local cultivators were mostly darkness element, which provided them very limited options for repairing the damage the two had caused, even without their interference. The Evernight province appeared as constant night, but John thought the stars above dimmed slightly after the fall of the towers. It could have been his imagination, though. 6 elements swirled around a sailing vessel. Cultivators siphoned off what they needed as the two most powerful individuals built up their own stores of energy. The other attacks had been similarly successful to John and Aldaris, though somewhat less dramatic in their effects. Even with several times as many members, the total power of the secondary group had been limited. The defenders had managed to keep the ship in good condition, even after experiencing some predictable attacks. It was expected that they would send stronger forces in the near future, now that the Continental forces had lingered in the area for a short time. John was tired. Even when he was full of spiritual energy, even when he ate sufficient quantities of food and slept as much as he could, he was still tired. He hadn't been able to properly relax for weeks, and it would be a while yet before he could do so. Though Aldera didn't show it openly, he imagined it was the same for her. Exalted soul phase cultivators were still human, even if they happened to be particularly powerful. Once everyone recovered to the best state they could, discussions of their next move were started. It had already become clear that going deeper inland was too risky. They likely needed to leave sooner rather than later. Some things had taken longer than expected, and it was likely that their true foes had already received word. They might even be on their way. "We should make one final strike," John suggested after some consideration. "Or rather, the lot of you should do so. We'll deal with the incoming fleets. We merely need the same two who managed the ship before to support us." Even if they controlled a significant portion of the planet, the sovereign primacy didn't have endless resources, nor did they have endless cultivators. Even so, they couldn't simply sit by and do nothing when their territory was threatened. The incoming fleet was sizable, a growing mass of spiritual energy that anyone could feel. As for the particulars, John was certain there were over 10 ascending soul phase cultivators within the fleet. Likely 100 consolidated soul phase cultivators as well, and thousands of total people. It was the sort of force that even a major sect would find difficult to produce alone. It was going to be a harsh blow for the sovereign primacy when they all died. Unfortunately, it was unlikely anything would manage the end of the war without the defeat of the triptych. At the very least, one of them had to be crippled or killed, though unless John and Aldera survived, they needed to do a bit better than that. Despite the numerous incidents with the triptych, detailed information on their fighting style was difficult to come by. They would go in and blow up a city with massive destructive force, but they rarely engaged in individual combat. Rarer still was anyone surviving that. So the main reports they had were those at the periphery who witnessed such clashes. Enion used spears and javelins. A cultivator could throw pretty much any weapon, but properly balanced ones were more effective if they ever made ranged attacks. He wasn't weak up close, with his combat style being somewhat similar to John's in that regard. He could use a melee-oriented spear in 1 or 2 hands and throw a javelin whenever it made sense. Though it might not seem that larger weapons of that sort could be used stealthily, it seemed to mesh well with his darkness-allied cycle. Kalnin had the weakness of unbalanced elements, though it was likely more relevant for how it affected the trio as a whole. That alone wasn't sufficient. His weapons tended to be various sorts of flails or chain weapons. It was unclear if he had a particular one that he favored. While they were somewhat risky for a non-cultivator to use, proper control of spiritual energy negated most of the downside of such weapons. Head control independent of the grip could be quite valuable, and it was possible to reinforce the weapon. John could say that such weapons grew slightly weaker towards the ends that were further from their wielders, but for an exalted soul phase cultivator it probably wouldn't mean much unless he used a chain greater than 10 meters. Phallisade seemed to prefer heavy weapons. She had been seen using relatively compact war hammers, but also a lengthier glaive. There wasn't enough information to determine her primary weapon, if that was even relevant. The dangerous traits of these cultivators were not their weapons, but their spiritual energy. Even though she wielded precisely the same 3 elements as the Bright Trinity, it was unlikely she would be terribly similar to them. Even so, it wouldn't be impossible to counter her fighting style. None of them were an individual threat. Perhaps that was John being arrogant, but he imagined he could defeat any of them alone. Aldera too. With 2 against 3, They had to take one out quickly, and thus they had to predict the weak link. Still going over that. John started. Aldera seemed to appear out of nowhere, but that was because he was generally sensing for an imbalance of elements. Things that didn't belong. We haven't really found a definitive weakness yet. Then we just pick one. Or make one. John thought for a few moments. How do we make one of them a weakness? I doubt we will have the luxury of time to confuse them into some sort of cultivation deviation. Aldera shrugged. We could just call Palisade an ugly old crone. Is she? John asked. According to the reports, she had generally managed to maintain her youth. You know that it doesn't matter. I'd give it a 75% chance of successfully provoking her. John frowned. Do you think exalted soul phase cultivators would easily fall for such blatant provocation? I gave you my odds. Are people really so thin-skinned? John muttered to himself. And the others? Do we call Kalnin a tiny little baby? Aldera seriously considered it. Even odds, at best. I was joking. He's probably older than me, or at least near my age. He's certainly older than you. Maybe we should just call him Mud. He's got extra water and earth, after all. I doubt we will achieve a proper taunt for Kalnin without being able to investigate his early history. I imagine any relationship with his parents has been scrubbed from history, so we'd be taking stabs in the dark. Instead of a verbal taunt, I'd just ignore him. John blinked. I think that's a bit difficult. He's still an exalted soul phase cultivator. We just have to make it seem like we're paying him no attention. Surely you can deceive him at least that much. You're a terrible liar, but excellent at hiding your combat intentions. Perhaps I need to practice casually dodging chain weapons when I get spare time. As for Enion, maybe we just kill him. Aldera tilted her head. I do believe we want to kill all of them. We just focus on him first. If Palisade is properly enraged, she'll be easier to block. If we have an opportunity to simultaneously attack him, he might not be prepared to engage two foes of similar strength. No shield. You don't use a shield. My free hand is a shield. He seems to focus on offense. But of course, we'll have to adapt to real situations on the fly. But before that, the incoming fleets were getting awfully close. John simply hadn't been willing to waste even a single moment now that they were approaching a critical time. Steve snorted blue flames out of his nose. Can you believe that guy? He meets a nice woman and just tosses his best buddies aside like trash. Justina leaned in. Are we pretending I'm not also one of John's friends? Yes. Steve had far more control over his overheating than he'd once had in the past. It wasn't an endless loop of power, but he could squeeze quite a bit more heat out of fire elemental spiritual energy than most. He was using that power to ignite cultivators pouring out of the walls of a nearby city. It's a real shame, Renato agreed, swinging his heavy stone wall to rearrange those same walls in whichever part of the city he desired. Sending us off so he can flirt with his new girlfriend with nobody around but two old folks. The twins gave them a strange look. Amalric couldn't help but interrupt. Isn't he somewhat hostile towards the Empress? The twins had enough information to share more than what most people should know. They're star-crossed lovers. They're fated enemies. The twins switched which line of thought they were following. She slew his new love. She reincarnated just to see him again. Of the various individuals on the journey, Amalric was probably the only one out of the loop in that regard. He wasn't terribly deep into the politics of the Empire, nor was he a frequent consumer of gossip. He was, however, very good at making volcanoes. Beneath the most fortified location of the sect they were attacking, he had been building up fire and earth element. It didn't matter whether it was their prisons, a vault, a secret training ground, or some sort of project of the sect head. Simply because it was fortified, he had chosen it as the best target. Sounds like nobody really knows anything, Amalric grunted. Then he gestured to Renato. Swing over that way, would ya? Sure thing. Renato's club cracked the ground for dozens of meters. At the far end, the ground began to rumble. Lava sprayed out all around a fortified building. The foundations cracked. Didn't you grow up with him? Amalric asked. Close friends. Of similar talent, too, Renato nodded. Or at least, it seemed so. Perhaps we lack something critical to reach the exalted soul phase, but it's not a perfectly complementary partner. He nodded his head towards Steve and Justina. Fire spun around them as they seemingly danced among their enemies. Maybe single element was a dead end this whole time. Amalric shook his head. Dual element isn't better either. and no others in the Bright Trinity are any closer. It seems to be cosmic luck. But if you're going to give up, I don't mind being the third exalted soul phase cultivator. You mean the sixth? Steve asked. I believe in the Empress. Do you have so little confidence in your part of that? Steve shrugged. They might still count when those three are dead. The trippers, or whatever. If the triptych had been present, they might have split blood. Unfortunately, asking him to replicate the delivery with perfect sincerity in a combat situation would be impossible. But that didn't mean none of the others were considering how they would aid against the triptych. It might just be fighting off any support they had, but they would prefer to take out any extra forces and participate in the battle as much as they could. They were aware of their relative weakness, but each had reason enough to support their leaders, whether that devotion came from old friendship or a more distant respect. Chapter 5:35. The Sovereign Primacy fleets approached, preparing to bring down the Continental ship and all those aboard before continuing further inland towards the battle they could sense in progress. It was unlikely they thought that only the two most obvious individuals were aboard the vessel, but there was confidence to be had in their numbers and their strongest cultivators. The majority were water cultivators, bringing swift ships to defend the Sovereign Primacy. Their confidence was clear as they approached, and why shouldn't they be? Their ascending soul phase cultivators significantly outnumbered those available. There was just one problem. Those who had been part of the Sovereign Primacy long-term didn't fully understand the power of exalted soul phase cultivators. Those who had more recently capitulated to their reign certainly understood, but here in their oldest territories they felt secure in their strength, even if the single ship had been a menace. As for John and Aldera, their only problem was that 15 ascending soul phase cultivators didn't divide evenly. They couldn't just toss one to Sitora and Elder Roy, because that didn't solve the issue. I suppose one of us will have to take an extra, John said. Aldera rolled her eyes. Or we just don't count our kills. She was just saying that so she could win. Competitions of this sort were one of the things that had kept them sane on this journey. Maybe we'll share credit, John finally said. Think they're close enough? Absolutely, Aldera agreed. Ready for some storms? I'll bring the rocks to dash them against. Large-scale terrain modifications were something that cultivators could do in a war, but even ascending soul phase cultivators didn't expect it to happen easily. In truth, they had chosen a shallow section of ocean on purpose, one that was easily navigable in its current form, but with sufficient stone just beneath the sandy bottom to make use of. Spiritual energy exploded out of their single ship. 2 full cycles of the elements. John lent a portion of his air and water elements to Aldera as he cycled through those two, while she left him some earth and darkness. Fire and light were used by either as they struck out at random vessels. John drew out stone from the ocean floor, creating rending shoals beneath the approaching fleets. His energy fortified them as the ships crashed against the rocky pillars. Of course, the cultivators aboard the ships didn't simply let it happen. They simply had little choice with wind and sea fighting against them. A few specific ships became the core of the struggle, with cultivators whose vessels capsized attempting to reach the better defended ones around which their strongest cultivators controlled the seas. Some of them weren't fast enough, getting left behind. Island Master Sitora controlled the air around their own sails, keeping them at a consistent distance from the enemy fleets. Elder Roy showed off the power of the Bright Trinity, sending blinding flashes of light, fire, and electricity towards the incoming ships. The cultivators there had to defend their ships against all sorts of assaults, but they were slowly gaining. Sitora simply couldn't propel the ship fast enough all on her own. Of course, John and Aldera could have aided her, but they weren't planning to run, just to draw out the enemies into a looser formation. The fastest ships ended up in front, and while that ultimately meant the strongest cultivators being separated by even a small distance from those behind them rapidly proved fatal. John slipped into the sea, hiding among rock formations that he rose up. It was only natural that his spiritual energy would blend in with the rest, though of course it was more concentrated within his body. He was first a darkness cultivator, however, and could conceal his presence in various ways. Up until the moment after he attacked, he actually had a fairly strong concentration of his 6 elements on the ship. He cut the prow off of a ship, taking with it the first ascending soul phase cultivator of the bunch. The only plan here was to kill. Even damaging the vessels was a secondary result. Flames and lightning swirled around him, while the weight of earth filled him as he landed on a ship, causing it to tilt towards him. Cultivators rushed him, the sea rising at their command. A single spear pierced through the rising waves, finding the strongest targets among them. Aldera would not be hindered by any amount of water in her way. John's throwing daggers pierced into the chests of weaker targets, consolidated soul phase cultivators, and weaker. Along the way, he appeared to target those remaining ascending soul phase cultivators. Not all of them were water element, of course. An air element cultivator appeared next to him in a flash of lightning, but she caused more damage to her own ship than to John. Or rather, she hurt him not at all. He didn't even have to squint or cover his ears. Meanwhile, his sword had pierced through her heart. She mumbled something about it being impossible. John figured he could have done the same at the peak of the ascending soul phase, so she was just being dramatic. His sword sliced its way outward to make certain she was dead, instead of allowing her to detonate her spiritual energy in a desperate bid. Occasionally, he would disappear from the battle as Aldera drew attention. It was impossible for anyone to ignore her, and cultivators leaped towards the continental ship, further dividing themselves. John allowed it. No, he even propelled them forward while the other fleets were shoved back, wind and water surging in opposite directions. It would only take the cultivators half a minute or less to gather together once more, but that was an extraordinarily long time for a battle that involved exalted soul phase cultivators. If they wished, they could wipe whole cities off the map, though that might exhaust them. Focusing their energy to take down 15, 10, 5 ascending soul phase cultivators? It was simple. John got the last one. Looks like I win. Not if you let those ships get away. We have to count them too. He wasn't going to argue with that. Though the sovereign primacy was massive, they still needed good vessels. They couldn't just pull them out of thin air. The same was true for their ascending soul phase cultivators. Specifically, it was important that they not be available for the expected chase that would be on its way. Aldera pulled ahead on ships. I guess we tie then, John said. Unless you want to carefully measure tonnage and try to piece together the exact ranks of the people we killed? Sounds too much like the boring parts of management. I have people for that. Trustworthy? John asked. Absolutely, Aldera said. And most of them aren't trustworthy simply via threat of force. Most of those have been dealt with already. It's too bad the sovereign primacy didn't give us time to stabilize, or choose to peacefully contact us and increase the prosperity of the whole planet. Too bad, Aldera agreed. Now they have to die. John nodded. Any other option was simply unacceptable. They would win. It didn't matter if the triptych was stronger or not. There could be 3 of them or 5 of them, and the answer would still be the same. People like that couldn't be trusted with the control of any part of the planet. The journey back was far from relaxing, but they didn't do much except travel in a straight line. Or at least, the ship did. Alternating between John and Aldera, they flew ahead and cut down any approaching ships, or really any vessels that were full of cultivators. The rare few that were manned by common citizens were left alone. They couldn't match up to the speed required to follow them, even with powerful cultivators at the helm. If they did, the pilots would exhaust themselves enough it wouldn't matter. After each excursion, the exalted soul phase cultivators would swap positions, one of them meditating to rest and recover as much as they could while the other one surged ahead. They were faster than even their ship, but they couldn't keep it up forever. Meanwhile, 2 long shifts of their shipmates kept them running night and day. They weren't retreating, exactly, but they wanted to reach friendly territory before the triptych caught up to them. Preferably, they would be rested. If they came into contact with their foes before they were somewhere safe, they would run into all sorts of problems. First, it would weaken their taunts. They would either have to continue running away or commit to a fight in problematic territory. Any forces that could immediately come to the aid of their foes was a threat, especially if the triptych managed to bring a large complement of others along with them. Maintaining just the right speed to be tantalizing was important. They had decent approximations of how fast the enemy could travel, so as long as the messages had arrived as expected and their approximation of the enemy's location wasn't too far off, more than a couple thousand kilometers, then they should be fine. But it was still exhausting. Everything was. It was an unfortunate aspect of the direction they had traveled that they did not arrive at a heavily fortified port. Instead, they reached the molten sea. That was as far as they got. Over the past few days, John had been feeling a continuously growing sense of power behind them. After they reached the edge of the molten sea, he was confident that the triptych wasn't far behind. "Watch over us," John ordered. "We must get as close to the peak of our power as possible. Make doubly sure not to lose track of Enion. If he approaches," Elder Roy declared, "I shall block him with my body. Just make sure we wake us." John grinned. How loyal. But sometimes he was a bit too eager, which had been part of what led to the first misunderstanding. There were a whole lot of dead people who had negatively changed the course of history, preventing attempts at diplomacy. The results still hurt. There was no time for grievances, however, that included any sort of inefficiency, which meant John joined Aldera in gathering spiritual energy around them. Fire and water flowed from the molten sea, beyond where they sat on its obsidian edge. The two elements were converted into three each, becoming the allied cycles of light and darkness. John was a little better at one side, Aldera slightly more skilled with the other. Together, they stabilized themselves. It wasn't clear quite how long it had been. Half a day, perhaps. The approaching triptych was moving slowly, at least comparatively. Perhaps they had determined that their quarry had stopped, and thus they were resolved not to exhaust themselves. "How's the situation?" Aldera asked for a report. "Empress," Roy said stiffly, "we have spotted some of our own vessels. It is unknown if they will be able to rally further reinforcements. It seems the same is true of our neighbors." He turned towards the molten sea. "The only ones close enough would be them. But we can't reach the core sects in time, just whoever happens to be close. Let us hope they bear a greater grudge against the sovereign primacy than against us." John thought they should. They'd been attacked unprovoked, and while the war with the Empire had certainly been rough for the Molten Sea, those groups that ended up surviving actually gained greatly. After all, they previously had rivals within their elemental region, and with half of the area being wiped out, they were able to expand. This was one case when cultivator greed could have positive results, at least for the current state of things. "All three are there," John declared with certainty. Aldera nodded. "And many powerful subordinates. At least a dozen in the ascending soul phase." She looked around at the 8 they had. Each was at the peak of the ascending soul phase, but that might not be sufficient. Not with the other number involved. Outnumbered in every way, they waited. John kind of wished he could have prepared a more dignified taunt, but honestly, he wasn't sure if something like that would work. Repeated attempts would lose their sting, though. He muttered to himself, "You're going down, ugly old hag. And also that wrinkly guy next to you." Kalnin was significantly younger, but he was to be ignored. John just hoped his rise to power had developed some strong complexes in him. Cultivators weren't known for being particularly stable, so it might work out. Chapter 536. The fleets of the sovereign primacy had arrived. John could sense all 3 members of the triptych, plus many others alongside them. Yet there was something more. Weaker than the greatest, yet seemingly more powerful than an ascending soul phase cultivator ought to be. The only one John could immediately consult was Aldera, and they might not have long. "Do you sense those other 3? Any ideas?" John asked. "Fire, earth, air." "Correct." Aldera confirmed what John was sensing. "Their cultivation is strange. Or rather, it would seem strange for humans. But I think they are not. How unfortunate. Spirit beasts and powerful ones." "We clearly didn't ask the right questions," John commented. "Or maybe we interrogated the wrong people. They weren't trying to hide anything from the others, and Steve provided the perfect reaction. Spirit beasts? I guess we'll take them down too." The man exuded confidence that John didn't feel himself. But perhaps he could share somewhat in the excess his friend was experiencing. "Seems like we'll have to," John said. "I call dibs on the earth one," Steve said. Yestina elbowed him. "We do. We're picking targets?" Amalric asked. "I'll take the fire one." He said that with great confidence despite technically being at an elemental disadvantage with his combination of fire and earth. Then again, if he was burning his own earth element, he wouldn't have to worry about the enemy also having fire. "I'll dash," Renato began, but was cut off by Sitora. "The air beast is mine," she declared. "My elemental matchup is perfect for it. I'm sure you'll be needed against all the rest." She gestured broadly. "We have chosen," Aldera said. "But there is still one issue. They might have affinity for each member of the triptych." John frowned. "If only we had our own. Perhaps they could delay somehow. Make their way back towards the Continental Alliance." though surely Aldera had similarly powerful allies in her own lands. They were not lacking support in their current location. Everyone they had been able to spare was in the vicinity. Unfortunately, they couldn't simply abandon the lands they were defending for this battle. They were fighting against the whole rest of the planet. Even if they had been doing well, they couldn't exactly keep up their relative success if they diluted their forces too much. But they also had to win this battle. There might not be another chance to encounter the triptych with both John and Aldera present, unless they committed solely to chasing after the group. They wouldn't be able to choose the battlefield, and even if the edge of the molten sea wasn't perfect, it was still advantageous. There was also a question of whether or not they could retreat now. If they did, some of their strongest allies would doubtless perish simply to save the two exalted soul phase cultivators. Their foes were advancing too quickly for any sort of repositioning to be viable. Anything of the sort would lower their morale anyway, and they had little enough of that. John was doing his best, but ultimately he was satisfied with maintaining null emotions. It wasn't really centered, just numb. But he would be able to fight. How close should they be? John asked. And which of us should say it? It would be too obviously planned if both of them did it. She'll expect taunting from a woman. It will hurt more from you, Aldera asserted. As for the distance, I think we've just about reached it. They're close enough to rush forward, but not so close that the rest of their fleets can catch up immediately. John cleared his throat, mentally repeating the lines a couple times. Then he did it seriously, spitting his voice towards the enemies. You've finally arrived. Took you long enough to face us, ugly old hag folly. You're going down with the decrepit man called Enion beside you. The seas churned with power. Steam rose from the border of the molten sea, globs of lava spraying in various directions. The very land seemed to understand the clash about to happen, though it didn't necessarily favor either side. All Palisade had to do was respond in a mature fashion, and the sovereign primacy would maintain their advantage of numerical superiority. John could feel the flames of her fury from several kilometers away. He felt pleased that at least some of their strategy was valid. I shall burn your body to ash, she screeched. John had to presume her speech was normally more dignified. You will have no grave. John really hadn't expected a grave if he lost. What was the point if nobody he cared about would be around to mourn for him? It's not like he would be around to take pleasure in a nice headstone. Instead, there would be nothing. Or possibly a new life in the experience immediately following it up. Palisade flew up into the sky carried on the back of a phoenix, or at least some form of firebird. Enion, meanwhile, leapt into the sea to join up with whatever was in the depths below, buried under the sands. Kalnan was riding some air element beast John couldn't quite make out, but it certainly wasn't a bird. Either way, he was a bit slow to follow after the others. Perish. Palisade flew in front of the sun, gathering power around her. Light and fire rushed towards John, carried smoothly through the air without disruptions. An excellent combination of the woman's three elements. John countered with three of his own, forming a temporary prism out of shimmering water. Earth and fire solidified it into something more durable. Even with the power split and the flames blocked, his sight nearly washed out. My eyes, John called out. The wrinkles. How horrid. Too much, Aldera said. You sure? Palisade flew at them with sufficient speed that John almost altered the plan right then and there. Was she even thinking about her defenses? Fortunately, he'd kept track of Enion. The man was traveling nearly as fast, so it was just about all John and Aldera could do to avoid the incoming phoenix, followed by a vast worm lunging out of the sea below. The many rows of teeth would have doubtless pierced John's spiritual energy, and his advanced body tempering would have been useless. So of course Steve jumped into that open maw. And without even a shred of hesitation, Justina followed after. Even if they weren't the original targets, it was still a risk. Yet John knew that even as his sense of their spiritual energy faded that they wouldn't let people down. Perhaps more surprising was how eagerly Amalric threw himself at the phoenix. Maybe it was a fire cultivator thing. Either way, he had apparently been building up pressure in the obsidian wall of the molten sea, then launched himself forward headfirst into the underbelly of the phoenix. It was likely the only place that Palisade couldn't strike with her glaive, but calling it undefended would be a bit much. The phoenix itself had powerful spiritual energy protecting it, even without drawing upon the support of an exalted soul phase cultivator. The battle had begun in truth. John and Aldera couldn't hesitate, or their allies would be annihilated. None of the others hesitated either, even if they didn't launch themselves quite as aggressively at the two humans and two spirit beasts. Without speaking, John and Aldera followed their plan. Staying cautious for Falisade's attacks, they turned to focus on Enion. He threw javelins at them as the worm continued to rise out of the sea, seemingly endless. If John was fighting only the spirit beast, he thought that would be easily exploitable. As it was, he made a simple attack, tossing a throwing dagger into a seemingly random craggy bit of the creature's skin. The attack seemed to be completely absorbed, but that was actually what it was doing. Absorbing, specifically. Even if the spirit beast had the awareness of an average human, it would be less intelligent than a trained cultivator. It was less likely to notice him siphoning spiritual energy from it. There was only so much John could do, but every little bit would count in a battle such as this. Beyond that, of course, John and Aldera attempted to flank the man. Aldera rode atop the seas, a wave riding the body of the great worm itself. John flew around on the opposite side, keeping close to the beast to minimize the enemy's attacking opportunities while moving into as much of a flanking position as he could. The direction of Enion's motion was something he was trying to hide with his darkness element, but there was still a flow to it. And though they fought alongside each other, Enion and Falisade weren't doing much more than that in the first few moments of the battle. Aldera shot upward like a bolt of lightning, just barely grazing Enion. Blood dripped from his side, but he defended himself with sufficient spiritual energy. The worm flicked its bulk towards Aldera, knocking her back, though she let it do so. John followed her. It was a shame, but their opponents weren't weak. He couldn't afford to be at anything less than peak synergy with Aldera. Just a couple exchanges into the battle, he was beginning to feel the flow of the full cycle. That was about all the time they had with just two exalted soul phase cultivators attacking them. Kelnan wasn't so slow that he would fail to arrive after several clashes. Plus, he was flying in on the back of a spotted cat made of wind and lightning. It was a relatively modest size, but it still dwarfed the man on its back. Claws of vacuum chopped at John and Aldera. John remembered his training in the breathless plains, filling in the voids of air to negate the attacks. Both he and Aldera had to twist around a long chain he swung, carrying the weight of the earth as it twisted through the skies according to his will. At the same time, the fleets were about to begin clashing. Along with the remaining powerhouses from the Continental forces, they had as much of their armies as they had been able to gather, and cultivators of the Molten Sea. Some already present, and others that were rushing in as they had recently been informed of the enemy's approach. John was focused enough on the greatest enemies that he was startled when the flying cat began to fall out of the sky. But if he was surprised, Kelnan was more so. Sitora had spared no effort with her opening assault, engaging in one of the signature techniques of the Sky Islands, at least against other flying cultivators. The air creature was pulled towards the earth, and the closest piece of that happened to be the obsidian edge of the Molten Sea. Shards of obsidian flew everywhere as the flying spirit beast flailed about. Sails on ships were severed, cultivators cut down, and even Sitora took some glancing blows. She didn't have the spare spiritual energy to be able to afford that, not with the caliber of foes that were involved. The overall shape of the battle was something John barely noticed with his normal senses. He just felt the flow of elements, such as the members of the Bright Trinity, with elements matching Falisade, clashing with the enemy fleets. There was so much power flying around that nobody was safe. John and Aldera intended for that to include the triptych. As Enion had to dive back into the water, to once again reach the ground beneath, John and Aldera stuck to him. The reason was simple: the others would have to chase them, and the Phoenix could likely harm the Great Worm. The cultivators would also have to avoid striking their allies. Of course, simple seawater wouldn't stop them, but it did provide opportunities. John had an idea, and as his spiritual energy began to seep into the area, Aldera followed his lead without question. That was wonderful, and he hoped it would work. Each side attacked constantly: spears, polearms, swords, chain weapons. The triptych sought to kill John and Aldera, and the two wanted the same in return. With three powerful spiritual beasts, they had a significant advantage in raw force, but their balance was off. Three cultivators wasn't an impossible balance to keep, but Kelnan was already unbalanced towards water and earth. Riding a pure air beast pushed him yet further in another direction, leaving only a lack of fire. And while the three human cultivators seemed to mesh well in terms of spiritual energy, the beasts simply didn't. Why should they? They were proud creatures, beacons of their own element. Partners, perhaps, of their own cultivators, but not of each other. The phoenix showed little hesitation to throw flames at the worm, as long as it stood some chance of hitting one of the pests around it as well. Nor did the wind leopard concern itself much with the gusts it forced the phoenix to endure. They were a worse grouping than Qarn and Cyritzel, and the two of them were opposite elements and had nearly fought to the death. Given what was at stake, John would take a hold of any weakness. It was clear that Enion didn't intend to fight underwater or underground, even though he would have done fine himself. Palisade wouldn't have done well at all, and perhaps he wanted the support of their fleets. Either way, John and Aldera followed him, and the worm he rode into the sands, and then the bedrock beneath. The worm easily parted the earth around it, though it did try to squash them against that very same earth with limited success. Aldera made a few half-hearted attempts to stab it, but she mostly used her spear to fend off the triptych as they attacked. John made some effort to participate in the battle as well, but he was focused on one simple maneuver. The worm was coming up once more, but slightly off of where it had intended. For a creature of its size, 10 or 100 meters was a mere instant of movement. A small wiggle. However, each bit added up, and it rose at an angle it didn't quite intend. The wall of obsidian did nothing to slow it down as it broke into the molten sea, senses confused by a smooth mix of elements. John simply made it appear as if the fire element was more concentrated elsewhere, throwing in a dash of darkness to suppress the actual sensations it should have felt. In the chaos of combat, it was easy to miss. Even Enion didn't notice. Lava wasn't going to kill a peak ascending soul phase spirit beast, nor could it harm true exalted soul phase cultivators. But John hadn't forgotten how the battle began, even if Enion seemed to have written off Steve and Justina. About a quarter of a way down its bulk, the great digging worm suddenly split apart. No, it must have taken some time. Even with the boost of fire element from outside, it would be impossible to burn through such a powerful bulk in an instant even if it were not protected by spiritual energy. The blue flames must have been eating away at it for the whole duration of the battle. Yet the beast must not have been able to communicate it properly with Enion. The exact details were unclear, but John really didn't care. A hole the size of himself straight through the beast? That would have been nothing. But the creature lost either a quarter or 3/4 of its mass in an instant, depending on which end one counted from. For a moment, as the massive body writhed, John thought that both parts would live, but it was just muscle spasms. John felt the spiritual energy he was absorbing, mostly earth, suddenly flare to fire. A decent chunk of it bloomed as all control of the great worm's element was lost. Now they just had to deal with two more, and their masters. But perhaps not in that order, because Enion was enraged, while Palisade had somewhat calmed during the battle so far. Chapter 5:37. Even before Steve and Justina were free from the new corpse of the great spirit beast, a rain of javelins was coming their way. The exalted soul phase cultivators had nearly ignored the lesser cultivators until that moment, but now Enion felt the impact. John might have been willing to throw himself in front of the incoming javelins if it would save his friend, but it probably wouldn't. He would just be weakened, and then Steve would die once he couldn't respond. But he could do something. Darkness, water, earth. These were Enion's elements, but the first of them was the most important. Concealing the precise arc of his javelins, how they twisted through the air to rain down from different angles. Yes, that would do. John dove nearly straight towards them, but not into them. He might be able to divert the path of some, but he left them untouched. His friends had to be strong enough to survive on their own, or the entire world might not make it. The sovereign primacy might not actually intend to destroy the world, but it would be far worse with them in charge. Small movements helped John avoid incoming attacks without disturbing them. Without enhanced reactions, he probably would have been grazed by at least a few, and his intentions would have been given away. John was aware of the flow of energy all around. Foremost were the two other exalted soul phase cultivators and the spirit beasts with them. Palisade seemed to have suddenly become very serious about figuring out what happened with Amalric when he charged her phoenix. Kelnan seemed to have figured out something was up with John, though. Maybe he'd just been paying close enough attention to his position, or perhaps he saw through the lingering presence John had left behind him. Either way, he had clearly begun to make a move against John, his chain swinging even as he shouted a warning. The chain would never reach its destination, instead wrapping around his spear. Kael'nan seemed content to wrestle against Aldera, but as he tried to tear the spear out of her grasp, it froze around her weapon. Yet at the same time, fire and lightning surged through the internal structure of his weapon towards his hands. He tried to pull Aldera in, but she stood firm on the edge of the molten sea, rooted in earth. Kael'nan resisted so strongly that the wind cat beneath him was tugged away instead. Sidora hadn't given up on smashing it into the earth over and over. As Kael'nan flew slightly closer to try to loosen the tension in his own chains, a beam of twisting light and darkness surged towards him. To his credit, he adequately protected himself and managed to retrieve his chain weapon. All this happened in the background as John closed the distance with Enion. His sword flashed out, carrying every element blended in proportions that fit John's current mood. He sliced through a spear Enion used to block at the last moment, his attack breaking through the man's spiritual energy and even slicing deep into his enchanted armor. Enion was sent flying backwards, which was unfortunate as that meant most of the force was distributed around his body instead of just a single area. No traces of blood on John's weapon, but if any spiritual energy had gotten through, even one part in 1,000 or 10,000, the man should be injured. He also stopped attacking as he was thrown back over 100 meters. Steve was a giant glowing ball of blue flames. It was almost guaranteed that he would have turned himself into ash if Yestina hadn't been with him. The way he called upon the fire element was one where his power continuously rose until he couldn't withstand it, his own body overheating. At least it seemed to provide adequate protection against Enion's attacks. As he rebounded, John was aware of distant ships. The Western Islands, if he read their balances of spiritual energy correctly. He was more focused on trying to strike down Kael'nan now. Various chains covered in spikes, or ending with heavy masses or blades flailed about, harassing Aldera. She was able to withstand the attacks well enough, but John was hoping to catch the man as he was distracted. Even if he was aware of John's location, two working together could make quick work of him. At that precise moment, Phalissade managed to blast the annoyance away from her phoenix. Her momentary distraction ended. She tossed a hammer sparkling with brilliant light. John was repeatedly glad for making his eyes adjust to sudden light, as vision was still useful even in such a rapid battle. He rushed past Aldera, directly catching the hammer in his free hand, negating its momentum. It wasn't an efficient exchange purely from the perspective of spiritual energy, but the intent was to influence morale. He felt good for doing so, and if their foes were even slightly hesitant, they might take advantage. Speaking of hesitance, Enion most certainly could have reversed his course and rejoined them already. Even if he had to run across the waves instead of flying, it wouldn't have taken more than a few moments. 2 versus 3, but it was 2 exalted soul phase cultivators on each side and 1 powerful spirit beast. Flames spewed from the mouth of the phoenix, and John just barely kept ahead of them. It was kind of unfortunate that such an impressive target like the Great Worm was extinguished, but they'd already made use of the same thing John was intending. If he could simply draw the flames towards Kael'nan. He wasn't incompetent with fire, of course. Neither were Phalissade nor the phoenix. He could resist, and they could control their flames to not harm him, at least to some extent. But with just a little bit of darkness, John prepared to add something. Aldera understood he had a plan. She moved to support him instantly, following his 6-element flow. It was impossible for combatants of their caliber to not have specific intentions or worthwhile plans. Their enemies had their own strategies, which were indeed wearing them down. It didn't really matter if they lost in a great blaze or slowly bled out. It would still be their loss. Light sparkled around her. The tip of her spear followed a sinuous pattern, piercing into the gaps in single-chain links and catching various bits of the weapons Kael'nan was flailing about. She drew in the chains, but he didn't wrestle against her grasp directly, but rather used those points as intermediate leverage, his spiritual energy flowing around her own and swinging chains with amazing fluidity and the weight of mountains. Some of them got within millimeters of striking her, barely brushing against her thinly kept spiritual energy defenses. A brilliant way to draw her attention while John approached. A constant field of flames spilled forth from the phoenix. John got within 20 meters of Kalnan, his sword at the ready. Then there was a sudden burst of spiritual energy, even more flames. John's vision was washed out, and both he and Kalnan were covered in fire. At that moment, Amalric was dragging himself out of the lava of the molten sea, where he had created a huge impact crater that rapidly collapsed to cover him. Nobody could see his face, but he was smiling slightly. John hadn't actually expected the extra explosion of fire element, but it served his purposes just fine. With flames of 3 origins, Phalacade supporting her phoenix, and Amalric adding his own into the mix, John's own fire element was even harder to detect. John's ethereal flames totem was of the 6th tier, just as all of his others. Only after engaging in combat with the triptych for some time was he able to determine that they were lacking in that regard, though only in that some of their totems had only been promoted to high in the 5th tier. It was impossible for anyone to become an exalted soul phase cultivator with inferior totems. John gave his best look of disappointment that he hadn't been able to attack Kalnan. It was genuine, but only so far as he would have preferred to chop off his head if he got the chance. Otherwise, he was satisfied with the invisible flames that were slowly eating away at Kalnan's spiritual energy, sustaining themselves. He ended up next to Aldera after he broke away. Instinctively, the two of them stabilized each other's spiritual energy. How much had they used up? A third? A full half? Only Enion had a significant wound at the current moment, and his hesitation had ended as he was joining with the others. There was no time to strategize. Their opponents joined together. Enion leapt from the surface of the sea onto the back of the phoenix, while Kalnan flew over as well. They joined their elements together more tightly, instead of the looser mesh they'd had throughout the battle. "You've done well," Phalacade commented. "But in the end, the two of you are insufficient." John grimaced. They were right, and it might be his fault. After all, as much as he knew it was stupid in a life-or-death battle, he still had hesitations about Aldera. He couldn't help it. What existed of their connection was quite complicated. "Even if there were 10,000 of you," Aldera replied, "you wouldn't match either one of us." John kind of wanted to try to draw out any conversation a bit longer. His ethereal flames couldn't work that quickly, but it would probably be obvious he was doing so, and they might inspect themselves and discover what was happening. He would just take it as a small advantage gained. Maybe they could do something with 20,000, John continued. But there was clearly a reason they weren't willing to fight against someone of their own phase. He didn't really expect taunting to work at their current phase of the battle. It just felt good. Besides, it was a decent signal for the enemy to attack. Even if they weren't reckless, drawing them into his pace was best. John was vaguely aware of a wind beast being held under the molten sea and burned to death by Sitora, Steve, Justina, and Amalric. He absolutely would have punished Kalnan for attempting to attack them, but it still felt rather callous for him to just ignore his spirit beast like that. The phoenix flew forward. Phalacade stood on its head. The others each took a wing. Their own weight was negligible around such power. Spirit beasts could carry more energy than a human, even without advancing to a higher phase. As they generally grew more slowly, that was the only way they survived against such violent creatures as humans. Javelins and chains filled the area. John and Aldera danced among them. Was it that simple? Only a few moments before John had actively acknowledged his flaw. Now their teamwork was suddenly more effective. The majority of the effect was probably proximity. But truthfully, John was afraid that if he didn't push past his hesitation that everyone would die. He already knew that. They'd trained together to maximize efficiency. But this was better. He almost wished she had a free hand, so he could fight with her like Astrid. But she had a shield, which made a lot of sense. He did get use out of his own free hand. For example, by grabbing onto Kalnan's chains. He wasn't willing to risk more ethereal flames, or he might tip the man off, but spiritual energy absorption with every moment of contact was valuable. Sometimes the man tried to turn his own spiritual energy into spikes as John grabbed, but John wasn't so foolish as to fail to defend his hands when he was using them to attack or defend. A wall of fire passed over the pair as attacks rained down around them. Phalacade slashed at them with her glaive, the attacks extending beyond the already formidable reach of the weapon. Merely dodging wouldn't win them the battle or the war, but it felt good. John almost stopped thinking, just going with the flow. Aldera seemed to have a plan anyway. leading them further over the molten sea. The surroundings were tumultuous as massive amounts of spiritual energy clashed all over the battlefield. Storms were growing in clouds in the sky, and both seas were frothing. They were circling around the phoenix as it chased after them. It was a shame that they were going to end up killing such a magnificent beast. Neither of their own continents had any phoenixes of note. He lost track of the minute details of the battle. Did it matter if a glaive or spear was heading for his throat if the elemental balance could be countered? It didn't matter to him whether he deflected a long chain or snapped it in two. He just went along with whatever came naturally. Confidence filled him. Aldera shared in that confidence. There was a reason they believed they could win. The addition of a phoenix? Irrelevant. What mattered was not their foes or the injuries either side sustained. It was the mastery of elements the two of them possessed. Aldera's choice for her elements to mesh with John's had been made long before, in another lifetime. It didn't matter how much of her was Mateo, that part was true. John's intellectual choice had come early in the war. It was only now that it was actually true. A swirling vortex of lava lifted into the sky from the molten sea. Fire was the current weakness of the triptych, or not, with the phoenix. But the main cultivators were a bit behind there. And with the other spirit beasts dealt with, a bit of air element wouldn't go poorly. Maybe some lightning, and a bit of a vacuum. According to the laws of physics, a vacuum could only create so much force in an area. But with the power of spiritual energy, they could manage much more. Everyone would be pulled down into the swirling vortex. John smiled. It didn't really matter whether that worked or not. The two of them would come out on top. He was certain, they were certain, and the six elements agreed with them. How could they not? Chapter 538. John was caught up in a wonderful interweaving of elements until the triptych rudely interrupted the flow of things. It was probably for the best, because as pleasant as the near-perfect state of the six elements had been, it couldn't last forever. And their foes still had to be defeated. Losing the flow state completely would be a disaster, but John ended up at a nice balance. Aldera seemed quite pleased with the state of things as well. The two of them renewed the vigor of their attacks, striking with the same force that had sliced ships in half and pierced through their hulls. Sword and spear combined with every elemental combination imaginable. The ebb and flow of elements due to their own techniques and those of their enemies left them constantly doing something new. If Phalacade attacked with her glaive, they could match her with the elements that overcame her own. Alternatively, they could use the same elements or even attack from a place of weakness. When flames threatened to devour them, John formed a temporary shell of earth and ejected it towards their enemies. The heat built up within the spiritual energy was turned back on their foes. They didn't only come out on top, but they took any setbacks in stride. Aldera utilized water element fighting styles to absorb incoming attacks. Her shield was slowly wearing down along with the spiritual energy the two of them wielded. Against three exalted soul phase cultivators and a powerful phoenix, easy victory was impossible. However, they were not alone either. Their allies below provided fearless support. Sidora was constantly threatening to pull them downward with her abilities, and they had to endure her air and earth element techniques. Amalric was constantly looking for an opportunity to approach the phoenix. Even with the trio fighting together in one position, he seemed disappointed that the particular spirit beast he had claimed he would take down still remained. Even so, his earlier results had been sufficient for John to slip ethereal flames into an attack on Kael'nan. In a battle of endurance, they would still lose. Each cultivator was close to perfection. Comparing a full cycle versus an allied cycle, or even an imbalanced core cycle, had some theoretical differences in quality, but it was impossible to say that anyone who reached the exalted soul phase was unworthy. The pursuit of the phoenix and those aboard it was relentless, but that was where John and Aldera gained an advantage. They were chased everywhere, including into the molten sea. While it didn't seem to be an advantage, the molten sea was made of lava. After all, it had to be remembered that it was still half water. Even if it wasn't visible, the water element's spiritual energy was undeniably present. It took a combination of everything they had. John dimmed the sensation of his allies' techniques as Sitora pulled the phoenix towards the edge of the sea. Steve, Justina, and Amalric all attacked fearlessly, willing to face the fire and even cultivators that overpowered them. Aldera protected them all, using the molten sea itself as a liquid barrier. Enion's javelins were caught up, Kael'nan's chains slowed, and Phalosade wasn't able to swing her glaive with great speed. Even if she extended her reach far beyond with her spiritual energy, it was easily dodged. The phoenix still wasn't so foolish as to let itself be thrown into the edge of the molten sea once more, but it didn't expect the obsidian barrier to come to it. There were more exceptional individuals among the ascending soul phase cultivators. Renato was quite pleased to smash his powerful stone club against the obsidian barrier while members of the Bright Trinity covered for him. Millions of obsidian shards flew into the phoenix. John and Aldera instantly transitioned into augmenting them. The shards were earth element, but just enough resistant to heat that the phoenix couldn't annihilate them all. Pieces from the size of a fingernail to spears as large as a battering ram pierced into the phoenix. The spirit beast's energy grew rampant. In the next moment, John had a choice. The triptych instantly transitioned into an assault that John wouldn't have believed from any reasonable individual. With Phalosade at the lead, they were boosting the already unstable fire element of the phoenix. The creature would die, regardless of its own will. The explosion would be directed to kill. John could avoid it. At the same time, he could strike down at least one of the triptych. No, he was certain he could kill one or two and create grievous injuries on whoever remained. Aldera stood proud and tall, ready to withstand the attack. But by herself, it couldn't be quite enough. If it had been merely Empress Aldera there, John wouldn't have hesitated to take advantage of the opportunity. Even if they were at the moment allied, and might remain so in the future, he still remembered that Aldera was responsible for Astrid's death. But he felt how she drew upon the molten sea, her pulse matching it. A powerful rhythm. He was reminded of the Leviathan. Indeed, the spiritual energy of Sitora reminded him most strongly of that situation. Mateo had perished there. It didn't matter how much of Aldera was Mateo. Even the tiniest portion was sufficient. John clenched his fist. A single dagger slipped out of his sleeve. Phalosade had the greatest connection with the spirit beast, so he targeted her. But he didn't commit to his attacks. Only a portion of his spiritual energy joined the dagger. The rest flowed to cover Aldera, joining with her own 6 elements. The scar left behind by the clash would remain on the molten sea forever. Intense heat sufficient to turn the molten sea's lava and the neighboring watery ocean into plasma was released in a thin plane, cutting down into the sea floor and the depths of the molten sea. The heat would not last for just an instant, but instead resulted in a permanent change in the flow of spiritual energy. Anything that touched the area would be annihilated. Aldera stood strong. The triptych shielded themselves against their own attack and were launched backwards like they came out of a cannon. No, like they were riding an intercontinental ballistic missile. They were kilometers away within a single second, and their movement showed no signs of stopping. It was shameful for them to retreat in such a fashion, but what would shame mean to them if they lost their lives? John wanted to give chase, but he ended up on the far side of the sudden wall. He wasn't willing to try to pass through the shimmering barrier, as he already felt himself burning up from mere proximity. And Aldera was about to collapse. She would live, so she might also find herself concerned about shame. The sovereign primacy will fall, John shouted. In some ways, it was a reminder to the surrounding combatants that enemies were still present. And to the sovereign primacy, a call to surrender. All who stand with them will perish. Their triptych runs in terror. Related to Aldera nearly collapsing, John was close to that state himself. He had no idea how much spiritual energy he had absorbed from various foes and the environment, but his meridians were shot. He wouldn't be able to fly in a few moments. He let himself set down upon the water, a much easier effort. Aldera followed along. John surveyed the battlefield. His companions? He trusted them to live through almost anything, but a near-suicidal attack from 3 exalted soul phase cultivators was a bit much. What he saw was blue flames flickering and shrinking. Apparently, John had a little bit of energy to spare as he rushed to the side of his best friend. A foolish guy who always got into trouble. Steve. There was no space for a formal name in a place such as this. That was how they first met, how they first grew close. A fellow transmigrator. Next to him was Justina. She didn't look any better. Both were charred. John barely recognized their figures, and their spiritual energy was crumbling away. Hey, Steve coughed. Who would have thought it would be fire that got me? Justina just held his hand and smiled. Any meaning behind it except for her love for her foolish husband was impossible to discern. We have to. John couldn't even say anything. Get them treatment? He could see some of their bones. Neither of the two should be conscious, or even alive by traditional definitions. Steve grunted. Take care of our mutual grandkids until we come back. You're not. John couldn't say it. Guaranteed to come back. Then you'll just have to live forever. John wanted to tell him not to talk, but he couldn't refuse to hear the man's last words, even if they were like that. And he wasn't idealistic enough to think they could be anything but. I'll do my best. Most likely, neither Steve nor Justina heard him. As John's eyes passed over Sitora, wandering and looking for something to focus on, he cursed intrusive thoughts. Death was inevitable, but he didn't want anyone to die. He looked off into the distance. Think we can catch them? Aldera nodded seriously, but if she was close to as exhausted as him, it was likely a supreme effort. I don't see them getting off without injuries, and they have no vessel. They'd have to carry any on, either flying or swimming 1,000 kilometers. Anyone fresh enough to help us chase? John asked in a low voice as he looked around. Most of the people looked haggard, but there were a few bright Trinity cultivators. Some from the Molten Sea, even those from the Western Islands that looked eager to give chase. We need a crew, Aldera called out. Just enough for one vessel. Immediately, they had far too many volunteers, but those of greater strength naturally found their way forward. That included Sitora. She looked as if she could barely stand. John wasn't going to tell her to rest. Or at least, not just that. If she could get them to their foes a few moments faster, so be it. But he had to rest. Whatever spiritual energy they gathered along the way would have to be sufficient to strike down their foes. But if everything went well, they would be growing stronger along the way while their foes flagged. Intense recovery. It seemed to be an oxymoron, and to some extent it was. John was mentally frazzled. Emotionally, he hadn't recovered from the last decade, or the one before it. Physically, he hadn't slept in days. At least his spiritual energy was happy. Whenever he wasn't thinking about it, his energy very happily mixed with Aldera's and boosted their recovery. And when he was thinking about it, well, at least there was less active rejection than before. Mostly, he felt numb. An emperor can't afford to show melancholy after a victory. John glanced over at Aldera. I don't want to be an emperor. And nobody will see. I see. You do, John agreed. And who are you mourning? There weren't any smiles to be had. Too much effort, not enough emotion to give. I knew them as well, once. I hope to do so again. Ida and Corey were terribly injured, and I don't know if they will make it. Sorry. If you ever meant insult with such a thing, Aldera said, you would no longer be the man I remember. But I think, perhaps, you have become even better. Maybe. Wasn't strong enough, though. You can't save the whole world. But I think we both know that. John bit his lip. It's frustrating being so close, yet still too weak. I concur. But this is what we are. She took a deep breath. We might catch up within the next day or so. We should attempt to get some sleep. Clear minds to control what spiritual energy we have. Our meridians need rest anyway. Sleep. Yeah. John thought he had reached the level of tired where it was impossible to get to sleep, but his body was quite happy to pass out in a hammock, swinging back and forth as their ships sped over the seas, cultivators taking shifts as they pushed the vessel as quickly as they could. It was kind of relaxing. That was about all he thought before he woke up with a sense of danger. But as consciousness came fully to him, John resolved himself to be the danger. The war couldn't drag on any longer. They would win. Chapter 539. The pursuing ship sped along over the waves, nearly rising out of the sea. Powerful winds pushed it along while the mass of the vessel was counterbalanced by earth element. Though she was not the only one involved, during this time period Sitora was one of the main drivers of the vessel. Molten sea cultivators smoothed their flow through the water. If they could lower the viscosity of lava, they could certainly do so with seawater. Sailors from the Western Islands had joined them as well, unwilling to bow to the threats of the sovereign primacy. Others from the two continents were included, but most of them were focused on protecting their homelands. Even if the death of the triptych came this very day, the news wouldn't spread instantly. The war would drag on for weeks, even with optimal circumstances, far too long to leave anywhere vulnerable. When Sitora finished her shift, she had to be replaced by several others just to keep a similar pace. Everyone worked in shifts, and everyone was exhausting themselves with the sole purpose of delivering John and Aldera to their foes as fresh as possible. Sitora tried not to show it, but John could see and feel the deep fatigue she carried. "Thank you," he said. "You needn't push yourself so hard, but we appreciate it." Most likely she wanted to stagger into her hammock. John didn't intend to keep her long. Sitora gave a half-smile. Perhaps that was all the effort she had left. "I am the most expendable of those who remain." John grimaced. He hadn't said anything, and it had merely been careless glances in a moment of deep stress. But she had clearly seen something. "That's not Dash. I'm never reaching the exalted soul phase, and I would regret not using the rest of my life for something useful. Besides," she looked sternly at John, "you aren't exactly planning to hold back yourself." John shook his head. "We can't exactly expect to win if we're focused on surviving ourselves." Sitora nodded slightly. "It seems the club will be somewhat smaller now, but there are many other members to recruit throughout the world should it survive." John wasn't sure if she meant the club or the world. It wasn't terribly likely that the entire world would be exterminated in the war, but it wasn't entirely impossible. Not that it mattered, because his world might. That was what mattered first. Except for brief moments, all of John and Aldera's time was focused on recovery. That could be moments of stillness where nothing happened, or active absorption and conversion of spiritual energy. In just a few days, they wouldn't recover their very significant stores of energy to full, but they could do their best. They were following the trail of spiritual energy left behind by the triptych. Even with the great power the trio possessed, not just anyone would be able to pick it out. Their energy blended together with the natural world, taking advantage of various elemental techniques to hide themselves. They didn't want to be followed. That was why it was necessary to chase them. It was the best chance to bring them down. It was too bad they had a significant lead due to them abandoning their fleets in continental territory. John and Aldera alone couldn't have given chase immediately, not without risking too much. Now, they were finally in sensory range. 100 kilometers out, perhaps, but it seemed the triptych had reached some reinforcements. They weren't retreating along the same path they had come, but instead were some hundreds of kilometers east of the Empire of Elements among the islands they had conquered there. Aldera commented on the approach of various ships. "They're trying to slow us down." John nodded. "It will be a pain to get this ship past them." Even if it was packed full of ascending soul phase cultivators, it wasn't invincible. Of course, John and Aldera could join the fight and wipe out everyone ahead, but they would exhaust themselves. "It's about time," Aldera said. "Don't you think?" John nodded. "We'll close the rest of the distance ourselves." The two exalted soul phase cultivators explained the situation to the crew that was with them. There were more or less two options for them. "You can turn around and return to safety," Aldera said. "It is unlikely that they could catch you before you reached our territorial waters." "Or," John said, "you can fight, but without us. Since we must be moving on. You have already been successful, getting us to this place with the energy we now have. You don't need to fight, but if you wish to witness our battle, you'll have to get there yourselves." It was, of course, totally insane to opt into a battle that they didn't need to be in. But cultivators were exactly the sort of people that would do so. They had their own pride, and forcing them to return would be an insult to their efforts. Making certain that they were in agreement was critical, but the sentiment of the whole crew was as one. "We will chase after you," they said. "We will fight the sovereign primacy and witness the downfall of the triptych." Sitora looked like she could barely stand, but the smile on her face was genuine. She likely didn't expect to live long anyway, but some of the younger folk could have another century in them, possibly two. But that was even more reason they wanted to witness the end of the battle. It would be valuable for their future. They simply had to fight for it. John might have wished for a different world where a war like this wasn't something that could or would happen, but in the world they were in, he admired the resolve people held. And maybe, once this was over, they could see about transforming the world into something better. Assuming he lived. That was still in question. What John was not going to compromise on was the triptych dying. He might die with them, but they wouldn't live. "Fight well," Aldera finished addressing the crew. "We will not have the luxury of taking our time." Aldera held out a hand. John took it, and a moment later they were in flight. In some circumstances, they might not be able to outpace the triptych. However, the trio had not been able to properly rest in days. Meanwhile, John and Aldera had somewhat recovered. They could afford to expend more energy catching up, while their foes had been forced to maintain a constant output to barely keep ahead of their pursuit. Though they were strong, could they really stand on their own? John didn't think that was the case. But of course, the truth would be proven one way or another within the day. The incoming fleets, of course, had a number of air element cultivators that tried to block John and Aldera as they flew above. Unfortunately for them, they were simply too few and too slow. They were easily circumvented with the speed of exalted soul phase cultivators, and no effort was necessary to defend against them since they couldn't even reach. They did try to build up a storm front of sorts, a little hurricane to draw in the incoming duo. However, rather than slowing them down, they simply took advantage of the rotating winds to speed around their foes. It wasn't necessarily faster than a straight line under their power, but it wasn't a loss in time. There were only a few major islands of note along the way. They didn't have a better chance of fending off John and Aldera. Any scramble of cultivators they sent simply couldn't make a difference. Only a fortified position where others joined with the triptych would make a difference. Unfortunately for the trio, they didn't have their pick of locations. They merely chose the best location within range and prepared a last stand there with the limited time they had. The exact details were unclear to the approaching pair, but they knew that the triptych set themselves up in a floating field of air and light. An island, perhaps, though John didn't sense anything solid about the entire area. Instead, it was merely an elemental region floating above the sea. Air distorts light, John commented. Do you think they mean to hide? Launch a surprise attack to take us down. I am certain they will pull anything they can. I must ask once more how committed you are to securing their deaths. It must be done. That was all that John could say. Aldera nodded. Agreed. They will spare no expense to destroy us and everything we have built if they survive. We must. She paused for a moment. We must not be afraid to use light and darkness. We will shatter their illusions and dissolve their winds into nothing. John nodded. Eon will still be the priority. Even injured, he could cause significant damage. Though we will kill anyone who gets in our way. Naturally, John said. If they leave themselves open, we will annihilate them. Should we flank them? Aldera asked. John thought it was a good idea, but not good enough. No, we must remain together. Maximize our synergy. He couldn't look over at her. The world they had arrived at was truly regretful. They could have been perfect together, and they still nearly were. But the smallest flaws could create the greatest cracks. Even so, John wasn't going to let his feelings be the cause of their loss. He remembered the flow they formed together at the end of the previous battle. That was their best chance. Anything else could be worked out after they won. The two of them approached, swift as lightning. They didn't hesitate to raise their spiritual energy to the maximum, utilizing the full cycle. There wouldn't be anything reserved for another battle. Though, John did reserve a little bit of energy for hiding precisely how much they had recovered. He knew Aldera had as well. Deception was most effective when you were being open. They were here to fight to the death, and maybe they had a little bit more energy than they felt like. It wouldn't change the reactions of their foes, but they might gain an advantage at a critical moment. The enemy were of course concealed in the area, hidden among prisms made out of the air itself. Light bent into brilliant beams filling the area, perfect for blinding the senses to conceal those within. The first signs of their foes were a dozen javelins in a whirlwind. Chains with various attachments on the ends spun through the air. As planned, the John and Aldera moved as one, fighting their way towards Eon. Completely avoiding the javelins and long chains, with more and more added every moment, was impossible. They had to engage with some directly, deflecting, or blocking them. If they were too far from the core of their foe's control, they could destroy them. John and Aldera took advantage of the same light-bending properties that the triptych did, weaving themselves through the area both by following preordained pathways of airflow and creating their own. Their target would be clear enough to all as they doggedly approached Eon, even as the man himself took care to avoid them. He was a cultivator that practiced the darkness element cycle, so he couldn't quite fly. However, the region was such that the density of air was almost sufficient to stand upon. A bit of spiritual energy was sufficient for him to remain aloft, at least for a while. They drew closer. John's blade thrummed with the power of 6 elements, in slightly different proportions that fit the individual techniques she was familiar with. Aldera was also ready to kill. John committed to a wide swing. Aldera thrust forward. That was the moment when Halosty appeared. Her glaive flashed brightly, trying to overwhelm the senses of the two. Fire and lightning crackled together, meant to pierce through any defenses. Her heart was pierced through before her head was severed. Even if Palisade could mostly blend in with the surrounding elements, it was imperfect. It was extraordinarily difficult to fool two full-cycle cultivators, so they had been expecting her. And their attacks were not launched at the angles that they appeared. Instant death. Yet it wasn't a flawless move on the part of Aldera and John. Palisade's death detonated the spiritual energy she had in her attack, as well as the rest of her stores all at once. Undirected energy was far less lethal than a focused strike, but they were shaken. And their other foes didn't suddenly stop existing during that moment. A chain wrapped around John's right wrist, sharp spikes digging into his spiritual energy and holding onto his textile armor. In that moment, he was unable to properly swing his sword or dodge. The chain was not loose, but closer to a solid structure as it was filled with earth element. Enion charged forward with one of his spears, attempting to annihilate John. But he wasn't focused on that at all, because he knew his partner would take care of it. Aldera blocked the blow with her shield, gusts of flaming wind blasting out towards Enion. He wasn't able to immediately strike again due to the rebound, though anything in an exalted soul phase cultivator's battle could happen in the smallest fractions of a second. Kelnan was already trying to lock down Aldera's movements with additional chains. He didn't expect John to add more earth element into the chain wrapping around his wrist, but sometimes he had to take inspiration where he could. In this case, John was thinking of what Ursula would do. What would that be? Of course, it was smashing her foes head-on with overwhelming strength. John released his sword, a quick tug of spiritual energy sending it into its sheath. His free left hand clasped down on another segment of the chain while he slid the one around his wrist into his grip. He did have to break his thumb and tear up the top layer of skin to accomplish that, but such damage could either be healed after the battle, or he'd never have to worry about recovering. He attempted to use Kelnan as a bludgeoning weapon to hit Enion. John didn't expect it to work, and indeed Kelnan released his spiritual energy control, letting John tear apart the chain instead of pulling him. John immediately grabbed the next chains, ones that were heading for Aldera's ankles. She could avoid them, of course, but he wanted to give her a chance to focus on fighting Enion. Spears battled for superiority. The two-handed grip Enion used providing him more flexibility of motion, while Aldera had superior defense because of her shield. They danced among the distortive planes of air element, their visual positions never clear to the other, while at the same time, the powerful light element made it more difficult to sense other spiritual energy. John was prepared to either swing Enion or tear apart the chains once more. They were decently enchanted, but nothing could withstand an exalted soul phase cultivator. Enion did have the skill to make his spiritual energy retain its power even over a long length of chain, instead of massively weakening, but he still had to decide whether to contend with John at all. Then, without warning, Aldera released a great flash of light. John was almost blinded, which meant that the other two absolutely were. And in truth, John had a little warning. Obviously, Aldera hadn't verbally warned him, but their spiritual energy was in tune. There wasn't much else she would do with a burst of light element like that. John dulled the feedback Kelnan would feel with his chains, rushing towards the man, though not directly. He ended up right behind one of the shimmering planes of air and light. Kelnan found his position, immediately sending much shorter chains around behind John. They didn't have to touch him, but instead created a shell around the two, a shell that immediately began to shrink and pulled them together on either side of the plane of light. John charged his hands with darkness, pushing it through the barrier. It created a far larger explosion than he could have caused in the same amount of time. It wasn't enough to defeat Kelnan, but it put him off guard and startled Enion at the same time. The mutually destructive elements of light and darkness could be brought into balance. Indeed, the triptych had done so with Palisade and himself, but to then choose to let it annihilate up close was something the man couldn't understand, because he wasn't fighting for anything but his own life. Aldera understood, though. She joined John's assault with one of her own, sending beams of darkness towards numerous locations, then relinquishing her control. The detonations never stopped, even as John and Aldera wore down their own spiritual energy. Taking out Palisade was insufficient for them to relax. Even the injured Enion was a serious threat. But the battlefield they had chosen wasn't to the advantage of the triptych. Or perhaps now they were simply an unbalanced duo. Air and light were the dominant elements. Kaelin had a bit of air, but only one totem out of 6. Neither had light. Simply using the prominent elements wouldn't be enough to defeat them, not with their caution enhanced after Falasade's death. But taking advantage of them where they could and pressing any advantage they gained, even at cost to their health, was rapidly putting John and Aldera into a superior position, from 3 to 2. And if they could pare down the numbers to a single foe, it would be impossible not to kill them, as long as they didn't worry too much about their own survival. Chapter 540. Though there was only a single element that Kaelin and Inion were missing between the two of them, their combination ended up quite. John wouldn't call it unbalanced. Allied cycles and core cycles were their own sort of balance. They were sufficient. Even single or dual elements were viable. John simply needed all 6 elements because he wanted to do everything. A realization that came a bit late, but perhaps it was unnecessary to begin with. All that was truly important was that he chose the path that was best for himself, just like these 2 members of the former triptych. It was unlikely they could have crossed the threshold into the exalted soul phase if they chose anything incompatible with themselves. He was still going to take advantage of their gaps, though. With Kaelin having only a single air and fire totem, they were weak in half of the elements. John planned to exploit all of that, but light was the most important one. There was no opportunity to verbalize his plan to Aldera. Even if he could guarantee that neither of the remaining duo could read lips and that he could perfectly conceal the sound, the fact that a plan was made could influence things too much. John also didn't feel it was necessary, because as much as he had been rejecting it, he and Aldera were still uncomfortably compatible. Perhaps not naturally so, but it didn't make a practical difference if Aldera chose compatibility. Especially not at the moment. The exchange of blows continued. John's weapon never stopped moving. Aldera's spear was always focused on deadly attacks, her shield defending the 2 of them against their foes. Kaelin was relentless with his chain weapons, and if either of them found themselves caught for even an instant, there was no doubt that Inion would take advantage of the opening. John's light resonated with the local area. No doubt the remaining duo would prefer to retreat to another location, but that was impractical. Dealing with disadvantageous terrain was something every cultivator of any merit had to deal with throughout their career. That included the fact that most of the battle was taking place in flight. Even though Inion couldn't fly on his own, they were drifting closer to the surface of the water below, but at the moment they still found themselves in a region of compressed air, lensing the local light element. Sometimes, light was reflected like a mirror, and other times it refracted in myriad different ways. John imbued his own light element into the area ceaselessly. Their foes began to show signs of weariness. No, they had been exhausted even before John and Aldera arrived. The extreme effort the attacking pair had gone through to take down Falasade quickly had actually brought John and Aldera closer to that level. But 2 on 2, Inion and Kaelin were getting worn down. Though Aldera's weapon style was based on Mateos, and thus the water element, her overall fighting style relied more on the light allied cycle. Her first totem was light, and she had been part of the Bright Trinity after all. Much of her effort was spent making it more difficult for Kaelin to fly, at the same time focusing on burning away the earth element of the other 2 cultivators. Of course, they would counter with fire, but Aldera had her own water element to negate the elemental dominance. Small gains weren't going to win them the battle on their own, though they were still critical. Instead, they needed something impactful. John could catch one of Kaelin's chains again, if the man weren't so cautious about how he moved them. If they could blind Inion, maybe force a clash of light and darkness, that would be another opportunity. John was setting them up to win in multiple ways. He paid close attention to the faces of their opponents, not merely to read their eyes and their most likely angles of attack, but their state overall. That fatigue was growing. It was just about time to point it out. "You won't last long," John taunted. "The woman who was with you is already dead. I wonder which of you will fall next." "Because you both will." John twisted his body as a spear brushed just past him. Perhaps he should have worked on his reflex body tempering slightly more. It hadn't seemed practical at the time, but exalted soul phase battles were pushing him to his limit. He wondered how Aldera did it. Perhaps she simply allotted more spiritual energy to her own brain. "Falasade will be remembered," Inion said curtly. "But you won't." John shrugged. You may remember her for as long as you wish. The rest of your life, even. I'd say 10 minutes tops. Enion disengaged, anchoring himself to a segment of hardened air. Fortified it with his own earth element, even. Too bad. John would have happily dissolved it and forced Kael'nan to catch him. Enion began to throw more javelins. It was unlikely he had an endless supply, but given how many he'd used already, it wouldn't be strange for him to have another dozen or another 100. Their trajectories were intentionally concealed with darkness. Water guided their path, sometimes moving them in smooth arcs, then at the last moment causing them to surge forward or sweeping them off to the side of their trajectory. Earth carried power and weight. Durability. Destroying the javelins wasn't that easy. This time, they were a guide for Kael'nan's attacks. John felt the slight connection between the two, picked out the patterns. Then again, anticipating that a big attack was coming didn't take special insight. Chains filled the area, with all of the gaps having javelins in between. This wasn't a trick the pair could repeat often. Perhaps seeing it even once would make it easily counterable, but they didn't need to. They forced John and Aldera closer. Kael'nan was wary of John trying to grab onto his chains. Enion forced apart Aldera's water element as she tried to create a bubble of safety around them. John grabbed a spear. Not Enion's. It was too far. Not a javelin, because they weren't quite close enough yet. Aldera's. This wasn't a plan. He simply tugged lightly, and she let him take it. Hopefully, she wouldn't mind too much that he tossed it. Kael'nan was John's target. Fire and air mixed together to overpower just one small section, pushing past his chains if not destroying them. And Aldera did precisely what John had hoped. She surged forward with him, not letting themselves be caught in the precise center. And then she caught a chain. Even if they didn't have the same training, there was no reason she couldn't replicate anything John had done. His unique techniques would probably take some time to grasp, but she was just as much an earth element cultivator as he was. Even if earth was her fourth totem instead of her second. She infused the chain with water and earth, freezing the structure solid. She only had to block a few javelins around her, and even if the others converged, they wouldn't be as nicely lined up. Kael'nan made a decision instantaneously, withdrawing his energy from the majority of the lengths of chain. He only held on to one, and he severed it from the rest as he used it to wrap around Aldera's spear. Kael'nan himself had already dodged out of the way, but the spear was no longer in John's control. At a distance, Kael'nan had the advantage and overwhelmed John's spiritual energy and the enchantments on the spear. It was reasonable for him to be concerned about his own defense, but he might have forgotten Enion had already suffered injuries. In disadvantageous terrain, he wasn't able to run quite as fast as he ought to from his own allies' chains. Aldera caught him up in the chains, disguising her movements with even more light element. Enion focused the remaining javelins on her, but she blocked them 3 or 5 at a time. John wasted no time running him through with his sword, moving at speeds that were rarely practical. Enion's spear brushed against his side, cutting into his ribs, but he wasn't able to parry the attack. John's sword flicked outward, up through Enion's head. The man dissolved. His elements were not so explosive as Palisades, merely sending ripples that pushed John back. John and Aldera shone brilliantly. Kael'nan turned to flee, though he was already half doing that before Enion's death. He did wrestle Aldera for control of his chains as she tried to catch him with them, but 2 against 1 the battle was over quickly. Despair filled his eyes, but he had no hope of even taking out one of them by detonating his own energy. They were too strong, or at least, that was how John made them appear. Light element could reveal what existed, or make it appear as if something that were not present was. In this case, John had been amplifying the feel of their attacks. They weren't any stronger, but as long as their foes felt like they were being suppressed, they would make inefficient moves. They would choose their own safety over teamwork. The last of Kael'nan's fire burned away with a whimper. John turned to Aldera, smiling. "Sorry about your spear." Then he fell out of the sky. She was only slightly more graceful, having retained a modicum more spiritual energy than John. Barely conscious, John spread out his arms. Hitting the water was going to suck, but he could slightly slow his fall. He kind of wished he had bigger sleeves, just for the moment. Shortly before impact, he rotated his body for his legs to take the brunt of the impact. A fall wouldn't kill an exalted soul phase cultivator, but an exalted soul phase cultivator without spiritual energy was just a human. Maybe one with a slightly enhanced body. John didn't fail to notice the water softening before his impact. Then he was focused on retaining consciousness and swimming back to the surface. His legs hurt, but they might not be broken. It was fortunate that he could orient himself towards the light, not just the sun, but the spiritual energy above. Even if he had no scraps of energy inside himself, he could still sense it. And of course, there was Aldera. She felt more like a spiritual collection phase cultivator with how little energy she had left. But he did feel it. She surfaced not far from him. "Thanks," John said. "You saved me." Aldera just nodded. "Of course. Don't think I failed to notice you could have killed them if you merely sacrificed me." John just explained his thought process. It doesn't matter how much material you have inside you. Any amount is worth it. Floating there in the water was nice. He could imagine that they were going to drown, and then he wouldn't have to think about everything that came after. Ships approached them. The local seas weren't exactly abundant with friends. However, one far outpaced all the others. It wasn't long before the two were washed up onto the deck among allies. Satora sighed. "It's too bad my career is over. Watching that has been inspiring." John was barely conscious for the following chase. He just took special note of Satora's contributions. She'd already put in more than her fair share of work on the way over. John was glad they'd built some sort of connection. He was also pleased that Aldera seemed to have subordinates that valued her as the Empress and weren't scheming to replace her. That was clear, otherwise they wouldn't have woken up. But they did. Alive, and not in the hands of their enemies. Exhausted, but in a good way. John was still going to need a long time to recover, and that was simply from the exertion. Sadly, the war might not end so immediately even with the sovereign primaries leaders dead.